But okay, that said, we're live.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Arm Wrestling Showcase number 65. You all know our host, Kane Fontecchio with Alpha Empire Arm Wrestling, and myself, I'm back, Josh Edwards with Nowhere to Run. How you guys doing tonight, Kane and Travis?
Pretty good, pretty good. How you doing, Travis?
I'm doing great. No complaints yet, at least.
It
Fantastic.
looks like we got a lot to talk about. There's a lot of new events coming up, and obviously some ones that have already been around. Pretty excited about this show and what's to come for California arm wrestling, and then also some of the stuff that's out of the state lines. So that's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it all kind of connects. They're all related and to good things for California arm wrestling. Good to see you, Mike Linder. What's happening?
How you doing?
What's up, Mike?
What's up,
So yeah,
Mike?
Hey, Travis.
we got
That
Todd.
that Kringle Pull will be the 1 year anniversary of when we first got to see Mike Pull out here.
Absolutely, yeah, huh?
That's right.
Yeah, it's gonna
When
be
he cleaned
dope.
house last year, you just straight cleaned house.
Can't wait.
Yeah. I'm trying to talk him into Olympia, which is one of the first events on the agenda to discuss here. Because, I mean, yeah, we've got a
Oh
couple
yeah,
of
Mike.
events coming
If you
up.
could make that thing, bro, you would love it, and you probably make a lot of noise over there too. So
Yeah.
Well,
He
that'd be
just,
I'm
cool.
just trying to get there, especially if Vosgin and David are there.
yeah. He just met Jamie Barrett last night at our little special practice. Neil Pickup came out with what's his name?
So
Uh
is Neil going to Olympia?
I doubt he'll be here in the States that long. I think he's just running a quick tour up the coast to hit a few clubs or something. I'm not sure where he's going from here. But yeah, was it Maynard Nentius, I believe, came with him? I'm probably saying his name wrong, but the dude's one of the Arm Wars beasts. And another guy that I met for the first time, I think you pulled him, Mike. Was his name Greg?
Yeah,
From Wales,
yeah.
and yeah, I know he was like third on the left at Worlds recently.
Oh, huh.
Yeah, at left hand at 195 pounds or something, whatever class that is. Which is very impressive because those classes are nuts.
Yeah, and he's
But
not that big of a guy.
and he's not even left-handed. Like he's way stronger right, but I guess he's pushing through something like an injury or something. But either way, like I only want to like
He was
bring it.
stronger right here. He just didn't want to use it. It was just hurt.
So yeah, exactly. Yeah, so he had to compete with his other arm, but um so we all know in our sport how one of the cool things about it is it's very accessible to top athletes like that. We've all trained and met. If you've been in for a little bit, you've trained and met a lot of the top athletes in this sport, which is just so cool. But for me personally, out of everybody that has ever like come to our team practice or anything like that, all of which I have highest respects for as athletes, Neil Pickup, dude's the man. Like I probably just, especially just as a human, have like the highest respect for him, in the way he handled himself coming out last night. He was one of the last people with his guys that came out. They stayed super late, and instead of just coming for like a short video op with like our top guys and then like jetting out of there, he made an active effort to primarily meet and spend time with our amateurs, like one by one. Just got like almost every one of our amateurs on the table and spent time working on technique and stuff like that with them. But just an absolute top-notch dude. One of my favorite people in the sport now, 100%, you know. But yeah, I just want to say that. But yeah, so it's really cool for us in California though. He's making the rounds. I believe he's in LA today with like Mika and a lot of those people. and they're doing filming. They did a little piece on
Greg was gonna have a match with Oleg. Oleg,
oh
left-handed.
oh that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting. Yeah, Greg's very, very strong. Very, very strong. But yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. It was a really, really cool experience meeting him.
Hopefully Neil goes up to the armbenders, man.
I think they're stopping in Frisco, so whatever that means, like if any
There ain't no team in Frisco. How do
right.
you need to call him right now and tell him go to the armbender. How do you go to California without not stopping at the
Hitting the arm
armbenders? It's
benders.
crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm certain he's got to be in communication with some of them. So put the feelers out. Because if they are headed northbound, I don't think that would be till tomorrow or something like that. But amazing. Let me check in the chat real quick because we got Todd Colazzo, who was also at the practice last night. We got Don Mormon in the house. What's up, guys? We got Katie Brewer in the house. What's up, Katie? Watching and supporting her lovely husband here. And we've got, let's see. Oh yeah, so did I mention, yeah, Jamie Barrett from Australia. He's in the States right now, just visiting. I think he's competing this weekend in Utah and then at Olympia. I competed against him 2 years ago at Olympia, and the dude's just an animal. I think he beat Vosgen, if I'm correct.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, at that Olympia. And so he'll be there again. He's feeling great. He's feeling really, really good. Yeah, Mike needs to get out there and pull there. I will be there, tearing it up at Laughlin for my birthday, and I'll pop by. The date, well, we'll get into that.
I want to see Mike pull Joseph Williams. That's what I
Yeah,
want to see.
that would be very interesting. Yeah.
We're gonna see.
He has a match actually at the Arizona Supermatch series that's happening November 23rd. He has they're the main event, him and Aaron Blevins.
Yeah.
Which is it's a big jump up for Joseph William, I think. But if it's a match, like, that's so impressive because dude's like 150 or something like that, 155, you know.
Yeah, Aaron's
Yeah,
a little
so
heavier, isn't he?
no, I mean, well, Aaron pulls, but he can make 65, he can make 85. Like, he pulls both those classes.
Yeah.
And so it just depends on wherever Joseph needs him to come, Aaron will probably come in at that weight, you know, just to make it like that. But Aaron's he's a hard dude to deal with, man. He's
Yeah.
a hard dude to deal with. If that match doesn't go Aaron's way, like, I'm gonna be so impressed with Joseph. I already am. Like, dude's incredible, but it's the question of how much has he gained, I guess, over the last year or so. Because when we went out there to Arizona and he had the match with Caleb, there still was the room that you could see where his hand was. Caleb could take hand control. Even though the dude this way was so strong, Caleb could take hand control. Now the difference between Aaron's hand is stronger, and then his arm is like way stronger, right? So yeah, it's got to be a really good match. Yeah. I don't think they'd put him against him unless they were confident. But Aaron is out there in Arizona, living there now, and he's rocking with Greg Brown, like whatever team that is right there. He's part of that team now. So
Okay. Yeah, and it seems like both of those guys are really strong on the hook, right?
Yeah, but Aaron is
but
Aaron's like he's similar to like an Ole. As far as the ready go is what Aaron is mainly known for. He's so amazing off the go. His hit is incredible. And then he has one of those just nasty biceps that looks like a freaking camel's hump. You know, he's definitely strong inside as well. Aaron actually was on Jeff Hell's team, you know, the Hellraiser, and he beat Jeff Hell in nationals twice. You know, so his level is pretty dang good. He's a back-to-back AAA national champion. And then not only that, but the last 2 years he won the overall at Patterson, and 1 year it was 65, and the next year he came in at 85 and won. So dude's a monster for sure. Nobody to sleep on.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, there's just so many great arm wrestlers. There's that Arson guy. Is
Is he
absolutely
off his ban?
what's that?
They're done with that whole claiming that he's banned and all that, or what?
Now, which Arson are we talking about? So I'm talking about the one that he was at
The
the
one that's with David and David and them.
right, the
Yeah,
qualifier
that's
for
the one who
WSA.
pulled. He's the one who pulled the Ray Jenkins round robin, came in second place, and then everybody complained that he was banned off the world list from WADA. That's
Right.
him. That's the same Arson. Yeah.
Yeah. I know I think he's set to pull LeRay's next thing in December, but
Okay, so it must be LeRae just saying, "Who cares?"
Yeah, I think
That's
I think that I think that's what it is because originally they weren't going to let him into that. But I mean, so many people just pretty much like over half the arm wrestlers are on steroids. So I'm like, just because this kid got caught, you know what I mean? I get it, but at the same time, like, let the kid arm wrestle. Like, I
Yeah.
get it. Like,
Yeah. How do we ban him? But we have the top guys on pay-per-view that are obviously
they're all juiced.
doing something special, right?
yeah, yeah. We know that a large number of people that are even nationally ranked are, yeah, for sure. Fans.
Most of them are open about it, bro. Like most of the guys I meet, they'll be like, "Yeah, I do this, and this." I'm like, "Damn, okay."
It's
Yeah.
just like, okay, he's the one that actually got caught. But I mean, I think the whole thing is just stupid. Either you're gonna make it legal for everybody or you're not gonna make it legal at all. And it's like if you say you're not gonna make it legal, then half the arm wrestlers are banned because that's just what it is. I just think it's bullshit that people are hiding behind, oh, let me stop juicing right now and then we're good. Like it's just stupid. So yeah.
Yeah. I want to see a guy like that pull too, because I mean, even with that LeRae event, I mean, he ran through the whole thing undefeated until he met Sharkovich in the final, and that's his only loss.
Yeah.
Sharkovich ended winning, and Arson got second. But I mean, he beat Brett Rockers, he beat Dallas. I mean, like every name on that list was a big name, and he ran through the whole thing. Like you want to see that dude pull. You
Yeah.
want to see what he's capable of.
He ran through everybody pretty easily. Like pretty easily. Like, I mean, you didn't really like get into like really any tough wars to where he was like, oh my God, like I'm gonna lose this type of match. But yeah, I mean, he's in California. I mean, those are the guys you want to see at every tournament pull. Like that's what we want to see. You know what I mean? Like that type of talent is insane.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not a part of those committees with WAF or any of that stuff, so I'm not gonna like start to, really add into that as if I know what's what. But all I can say is like I don't really see that way. I just don't really see things that way. I see people that put in the work and people that don't. There's a lot of people that are natural with very high testosterone levels and that are healthy and stuff like that, some that aren't. There's a lot of people that are enhanced that like, are weak because they don't put in work at the same time, So I just, yeah, I don't really care. I just don't really like see it that way. But politically, I don't really know. Paul Stevens is in the house. What's up, Paul? He says his band ended in September. So
That's awesome.
Riv Slug is in the house. River Welch says, what's going on? What's up, River? And let's see. Don says, hey, Luke, Brian, get some clean natties in here. Okay, so we should just like hop into it. I will pull up. Let's see, I'll pull up the Mr. Olympia flyer. That is for us in California, at least. Anybody over here on the west side? This is our next big event that we have. coming up. Let me pull up the screen share. We'll show all the details. See. Bada bing and bada boom. Okay, can we see it?
Yep.
Okay, it might be small on your end if you guys are viewing or watching this back. I think you can zoom in, says Travis. But I'll also give a little help by reading some of the details on Mr. Olympia. All of Bill's events are amazing, and I believe Josh, you're helping out with this one.
What's that?
Are you helping out with Olympia on this one? Adding some of
Well,
that
yeah. I mean,
touch?
I'm going to be there and help Bill, with setup and stuff like that. I don't know in what capacity I'll be helping. Like I'll probably have the microphone a little bit and stuff.
Okay,
But
cool.
yeah, I'm kind of like I'll be his errand boy whenever he needs me.
Right on, right on. So before I go into the details, what are you most excited about, Josh, with this event?
Well, I would have to say I'm excited that my teammate has a big four-way there. Casey is in that four-way.
With
I'm excited
Leroy.
to see what's that
That's with Leroy
with
and
Leroy, Tank, and then Oleg.
beautiful. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
and then Sarah Bachman obviously coming out and having a match. Awesome. I think the most excited about is to meet Bruce because like I'm a huge over the top fan, right?
Yeah.
Um, and so that's going to be pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, I think every UAL event kind of gets everybody that same feeling. Like we know it's a high level event. We know that it's going to be professional. We know it's going to be awesome. So yeah, I'm just jazzed. Olympia is the biggest bodybuilding tournament in the world. There's so many different vendors there and things going on. Even if you're done with your class, there's so much to keep you occupied throughout the day. The ninja competitions, the weightlifting, the karate, all that stuff. It's just a great weekend. It's a whole great weekend. I really like the idea of how they're doing Friday and Saturday instead of Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah. Yeah, that is very cool. And they're running the amateurs first, and pros will still be on Saturday. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
this is great. So yeah, jumping into those details, Mr. Olympia with UAL's event is going to be in Las Vegas, the convention center, which if I remember correctly, that's like right when you get into Vegas, into the strip. It's pretty conveniently located. It's 3150 Paradise Road, Las Vegas. And the timing details is we've got the weigh-in times. They are going to have in what is it? Are they doing an early weigh-in? Let me see. Weigh-in times is to be announced, it looks like, but October 11th and 12th, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Competition time is going to be amateurs will be let's see. Did I pull up the wrong damn flyer? This might be a little bit old. Okay, no, I see it. Yeah. Amateurs and masters will be Friday, October 11th. The open class will be Saturday, October 12th. The weight classes that you can expect, they will be running ladies at 154 pounds and below, and also 155 pounds and above. We've got for the men's open 165-pound class. We got the 185, 205, 232, and 233 plus. And then for the masters, we got 165, 205, and 206 plus. They've got some really sick awards for this event as well. Can you give us the rundown on that, Josh?
Yeah, well, definitely they have the Joe Weider Olympia championship belt that will be given. They have the mini belts that will be given as well to amateur classes and whatnot. And then there's some custom awards that are unveiling that day, surprise type thing that Bill is doing a first time ever type thing. So yeah, it's going to be super exciting. I mean, and again, that's one thing. Again, back to UAL, we all know that when you go to UAL, you get the best medal, at an event. I mean, they're super high quality. It's something that you're super proud to have. They're heavy, they're thick. The ribbons, they're super nice. They're custom built.
Awesome.
One
Yeah,
second,
I
I'm sorry.
encourage everybody to get to this event. I personally love Olympia. I'll definitely be there. If yeah, it is a high level event. So if you're competing and looking at least to step up and see where you stand, competing against some higher level people from out of the country, from everywhere, this is the place to go. But don't let that intimidate you. If you want to, if you're worried about like going 0-2 or something like that, there's the amateurs the day before on the Friday. Go do it and then come back the Saturday so you can watch some of these high level athletes compete. And like Josh says, it really is a cool experience. Not to mention if you can make a weekend out of it, or a slightly extended weekend. There's a lot of rivers and lakes really close by. There's a closer one, Lake Mead, where you can go camping for really cheap. And I believe we're talking like 30, 45 minutes, or just like go to Vegas, go to the Strip. But if you want like cheap accommodations and do something fun nearby, go to Lake Mead and camp for really, really cheap. You're going to be a short drive away from the event. I will be in Laughlin doing the lake thing. That's more like an hour and a half away, but that's also no biggie. So everyone get yourselves out there. Let me stop this share here. Okay. So Travis, do you think you're gonna make it over to Olympia this year?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I was initially like kind of like throwing it up in the air, but
Yeah.
last year I just kind of got into it, and I didn't make the Olympia last year, but yeah. I mean, I've been training hard, so I kind of want to see where I'm at. I've been working on a lot of different things, um, and I feel like I'm feeling a lot stronger than I was a few months ago. So I'm kind of very antsy to kind of like see where I'm at right now. So yeah, I mean, it's a little different. I mean, pulling on a Friday, right? I mean, so we'll go out there probably Thursday.
It's Friday
Um,
night too.
yeah. Oh, it's a
That's super
Friday night,
awesome.
Friday night, right? So even better, right? So if you do lose, then it's like, all right, shit, we're going out to eat or something. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
they're just, at events like this, like the LA Fit Expo, the Anaheim Fit Expo, like, and this is like the biggest one of all, like the Olympia, right? Like C-Bum's gonna be there trying to like repeat for like the 20th time, I feel, right? It's like the seventh or eighth, but it's like when you get like all these like high level people in the same room, like the energy just like doubles. Like you got like not only the arm wrestlers, but you got all the best physique athletes in the world in the same room. And it's like you have to have another level to where you're at. Like you just have to find it that day. Um, Whatever it takes, right? Because you got to be like, hey, like obviously I'm here to get a win, but it's like the best of the best is in that room. So that's what's so good about these like UAL events and how they're held at like the Fit Expos. Yeah, it's really cool. So yeah, I enjoy it.
Yeah, any expo event where there's those other like strength sport things happening, I almost feel like above the competition, it's the arm wrestling competition itself. I just feel like this impending responsibility to want to entertain these guys, to want to bring them in. If you like when you see some like big, power lifter, like, oh, what's going on? Like you gotta grab them. You gotta grab them and bring them over. um, yeah, hopefully, every so often at some of these expos, I know it's kind of like a liability issue. So usually I think it has to be somebody else that somehow brings a table in. But I love it when that happens, because when
Yeah.
there is a side table there somewhere, that's when, yeah, those related strong type guys want to come over and not only watch, they want to try it. And then you get the guys that maybe competed the day before or already out. They want to, go show them a couple
Okay.
things.
Yeah.
They're nice.
Absolutely.
My,
Absolutely.
hey, My niece wants to say hi to you guys real quick.
Oh, okay.
Okay, come on. Come on, baby. Her name's Keziah.
What's
Hello.
up? How's it
Say
going?
hi.
Hey,
The smiley and shy.
good to
All
meet
right,
you.
girl.
Good to meet you.
Go play. She's
We've
all,
got
you're
a
on TV.
we've got a few chats here to go over. J Squared says best arm wrestling podcast there is. Thank you. I don't know about
Is
what.
he watching No Pickup right now?
Yeah, I know, right? He must be. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Maybe he's doing some oxymoron stuff. Like, yeah, I think we got the worst
Yeah,
arm
Oxy
wrestling
something,
show.
that's
But
for
I
sure.
love what we do. I love what we do. I love the table. I love the conversations. But yeah, I'm glad you like it though, man. We got to get you on here sometime. And the Drew says, oh, no, wait. Paul Stevens says, yeah, pulled that kid last weekend at Greg's tournament, strong as hell. I believe he's talking about Jamie Barrett, the Australian national champ, lightweight national champ, who will be competing at Mr. Olympia. And just to let you all know, Jamie Barrett, when he beat Vosgin at the last Mr. Olympia 2 years ago, 16 years old. He was 16 years old. So I believe he's 18 right now, he said, showing up to this one this year. So, you know, it's going to be rough business. We're going to need some Mike Linders there to take this kid down.
We
Yeah,
need
so
Mike Linder everywhere. We need Mike Linder versus the world.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll get you out there, brother, for sure. And everybody knows the potential there. The Drew says that it's actually more towards the center of the strip. The strip's not that big. You drive from one end to the other on the freeway and you're through Vegas in 5 minutes. But yeah, I remember it was just relatively conveniently located. However, wherever it was off the strip, well, it was like 2 blocks off to the side. There was what is it, a DoubleTree, a really nice DoubleTree hotel, I believe, right across the street. So if you book your hotel at DoubleTree, you're walking to the event. Really easy.
Isn't it pretty near? It's near where the PAL did their biggest thing too, right? Like
Oh,
Binions and all
right,
that,
at
or
the
no?
Stardust or whatever that was,
Yeah, that whole
maybe.
area. I think it's like near Old Vegas. Like
Yeah,
Skin
that's
City.
downtown. That was definitely towards the end. I don't know. I could be wrong. They maybe even moved it. I'm just thinking of what I remember 2 years ago, but the PAL, I definitely remember you had to get towards the end of the strip, and it was that older area that's
It
pretty
was at Binion's in downtown.
Binions. You're right. You're right. And we've got the Drew said he likes his UAL medal. So speaking of which, the Drew, are we gonna get to meet you over there at UAL? You're a Vegas guy, aren't you? Let us know. And we got Casey Stevens, the Grizzly is in the house, as Brian Shaw will be there. Might stop by the arm. Oh, I guarantee he's gonna stop by the armors. I had no idea Brian Shaw was gonna be there.
Yeah, according to Sports Center too, Shaq was talking about it, and he said he's going. So that's going to be pretty cool to see his big old ass.
Very good news. I love it. So
And
this
remember, he arm wrestled with Devin and Ian on
that
Sports Center, so he may come over to the arm wrestling place.
yeah, that was like ESPN or something, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I'm seeing Joe Rogan arm wrestling. I'm seeing all kinds of stuff out there that's
Did you see that? Did you see the link that I shared the other day?
yes,
Tony Hawk's podcast. They were talking about it.
skaters.
Yeah, yeah,
Skaters talking
skateboarders,
about
dude.
arm wrestling. That's a good sign.
Joe
I
Rogan
know.
actually thinks arm wrestling's dumb. That's what. Well, I mean, I heard him say that.
Uh I don't
I
like
believe it. I mean, he's a
He said it's
multiple
dumb,
black
right?
belt. He probably thinks it's rudimentary.
Yeah, because he's a fighter. It's like it's not quite fighting, but it's
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's also the amateur impression of arm wrestling too. I mean, no disrespect to Joe Rogan. I think he's a great, smart guy, but I've also seen him arm wrestle on his thing, and he definitely has an amateur concept or idea that this is just a straight internal. This is not a combat sport, but that's why I've always believed that, like, yeah, on one hand, if we're trying to get new arm wrestlers in, we need these like more entertaining things. They don't like super matches with less stringent rules or something, um, because they don't understand what's happening in the strict WAF tournaments. However, getting them to understand what's happening in a real arm wrestling match with real reffing, I think is going to be the golden ticket eventually, is getting kind of the mainstream population to start understanding the combat aspect of arm
and just
wrestling.
trying to have everybody try and start as fair as they can, so and quit all the fuckery. If that's, you know, like if it wants to be watchable, that's what it's got to be, you know.
Right, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's hard for me to have an opinion at this point too, because like I'm guessing, I'm assuming if you've never like learned and understood what arm wrestling, competitive arm wrestling really is, I would imagine seeing all of those shenanigans and the setup and, you know, like less arm wrestling, more like weirdness is like more entertaining to them. Like that's have you ever seen them arm wrestle like in the WWE or whatever? I don't watch the wrestling, but I've seen like on arm wrestling Instagram channels or whatever, they'll post clips of the WWE people or whatever having some weird exhibition match. And it's always like that. They don't arm wrestle. They like get up there and they're like, no, 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 your mom. And then they just like keep on pulling away and they like don't arm wrestle. And then eventually, like someone just like hits the other one in the face or something like that. And like nobody arm wrestles, but like apparently that's entertaining their crowd. I don't know. So yeah, I don't know, but I definitely I've always thought that like when we think of baseball and all these ingrained sports into our culture, that one of the things that makes it so mainstream is that we understand them. You know, when you go over to someone's house to have a Super Bowl party or something like that, you know, what's everyone doing? They're like, oh, that was a bum call. That was pass interference, or like, oh, that was this, or oh, that was that. You know, they're all like trying to get into like the technical aspects of the rules and coach and say what they would have done or what like, you know, because they understand all those dynamics of the sport. And I don't really think we have that at a spectator level. Nobody gets it. But yeah, we'll get there. So we've got uh a few events to go through. Don Mormon says skaters rule. Hell yeah, they do. Were you a skater, Don? I picture you like bombing down hills and like busting like 360 power slides and stuff like that. Cause you're a surfer too, right? He says when asked why people like arm wrestling, answer, take too long to start. Okay. Yeah, I think I kind of understand that. Faster starts WSA style, Don says. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I don't know if it's a ref needing to be more in control of a match and just not allow shenanigans. Um, that's kind of what I liked about the set grip at UAL. Um, so we'll get into the event that myself and Josh and Christian are throwing together in November. But I went back and forth with this about Christian, and no matter what, we're all going to have different opinions. But I love the set grip. He loves the WAF setup and finds it more fair, and that makes sense. There's valid points on both sides. How does one judge, like if you're doing position gain fouls, how does one judge what is the space allowed for an elbow foul if no position is gained? Um, you know, I in North for South, we what was it, a finger, I think, Josh, if you're around, like a finger spacing is what was decided, and everything seemed to go good. But there's also those guys like Christian that do go to WAF and compete at a high level, and they want everything to be down to the millimeter fair for everybody without question, and that makes sense. But I can say that at North vs. South, there was a lot more arm wrestling and a lot less like bullshit. Now, bullshit takes up a lot of time at an event. It does. I think more than the arm wrestling, typically, when you factor in the setups, the fouls and the setups, you know, and all this stuff. But I do believe we're trying to do it with the mountain thing, but we're trying to see if we can accomplish doing the whole fair WAF thing and make you know, be under control of the arm wrestlers and keep shit just moving. Let's see. The Drew says, yeah, tournaments need to be faster and more efficient for sure. Okay. So the next event on the agenda. So first we've got Olympia coming up, and then next would be WSA, right? World Series of Arm Wrestling, I believe. Let me pull up the info I have on that. Let's see, you're in a different email. You're right here, and there you are. Okay, screen share that. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. So there we are. We have the World Series of Arm Wrestling finals. So the World Series of Arm Wrestling is a qualifier event. They hold qualifiers all over the country. And the one for California was in Riverside this year. Josh, myself, and Mike Linder were there. And yeah, this is the finals. This is where all the bad mofos go to compete. So another very high level event. And I believe the only specification to qualify for this was that you actually compete at one of the qualifiers. So the way Greg put it
Or
was,
helped out.
what's that?
Or helped out. If you were a ref or anything, if you did any help, you also qualify.
Amazing. Okay. And I really like the way he articulated that if you went to the qualifier, you had a bad day, you went 0-2 or whatever happened, you didn't show up the way you wanted to, you can make up for it by going to the finals and try and do a better job. So
Wait. You forgot to add one thing. The most important part is when you show up for the finals, you don't pay a penny.
that's true. That's true. You only pay for the qualifier. That is one
Yeah.
very beautiful thing about the event. And the payouts are really good for this one too.
Mhm.
Does
They
this
pay all the way down to 8th place.
right? Yeah, like Don Mormon did pretty well last year where he came in like fourth, right?
Fourth. Yeah, he came in
Yeah.
fourth. He finished above David, Alan Fisher, and Voskin. And the only people that were ahead of Don was Brash, Luke Kent, and Greg Gray.
Wow. That's a lot to be proud of.
I
And
know. Yeah.
even more amazing to take fourth at an event and come away like I remember he was happy. He made some cash out of that. So that's a really cool thing. The classes for this one is 176. So Mike Linder, you think I know you just said the other day you're sitting where I am, like 165-ish. Are you think you're going to be rolling to this event at 176?
I'm gonna try my damnedest to get up there after Olympia.
Yeah. Just make sure you're comfortable. I mean, who am I to give you advice? You're a beast, but I mean, I do know you can't pack on a lot of strength and power in a short period. You can put weight on, but
Yeah.
yeah, so it's hard to say. Just be comfortable, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
I mean, not having to weigh in is, a big.
Yeah, just walking in and good to go. Yeah, that's a nice feeling.
force is mass times acceleration, right?
Yeah,
That's right. That's right.
So putting on some weight has to do something.
yeah, it does.
Just throwing that late. And I guess Mike is strong enough to support his own weight if that's all you know, if he's throwing that around. So yeah, we've got the women's class too, 154 and 155. We got a master's class at 210 and 211. So on this date, we run into another scenario where there's a fun practice event happening and a tournament happening. And I remember Alan Hodsey and I had a conversation about this, and it's not really a conflicting thing because if you want to compete, especially if it's something that you qualified for, you're probably going to go compete. Now, if you're in training mode and you don't want to compete, probably just going to go to a practice. It's a very different monster than having two different events on the same day.
I
So,
think the biggest thing for the promoters when it comes to that
yeah,
has nothing to do with the practice being on the same day and everything to do with the big flyer being made for the practice like it's an event.
right.
So that it kind of um, can hinder or conflict another tournament because then you might have people thinking, oh, there's these two tournaments or two events that are happening. If it was just, you know, how Derek puts on his page in white letters, you know, Gma's house tomorrow at 1, that's a lot different than a big old flyer that's all extravagant. And, you know, so I think just from what I've heard through the grapevine, that's what a lot of the promoters are concerned with, is promoting it like it's an event while there's an event.
I see. I see. So the Friendsgiving is going to be a practice and a watch party. So those that aren't looking to compete on that date, they just want to get some training in, hang out, and what is it, East versus West happening,
Wait, the
Travis?
Friendsgiving is November 2nd?
It is, yes.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Travis, I thought this was the middle of November.
No, the mountain thing is the middle of November, but that was changed well before the mountain thing was put out.
Shit, I'm just not in the loop with that. That's totally, well, that's a bummer.
Right, right, right.
Yeah.
That's a bummer. Yeah. Because I really
Yeah.
wanted to go to the Friendsgiving. Like, I really had big plans to come and hang out and have a good time. I had no idea.
Yeah, so we had it planned obviously for what is the 15th.
15th, yeah.
And then I was just like, I mean, everybody kept hitting me up like, oh, East First West, same thing as last year. I'm like, I mean, I did like that vibe, obviously. And I was like, you know what? Everybody that pretty much came, like, isn't gonna be like competing like at the World Series. They probably didn't qualify. So I was like, me personally, I didn't see like a confliction of it.
No,
But
no confliction. I just wanted to go, man. I don't care about everybody else.
no,
Mhm.
yeah,
No.
I mean, no, I mean, I'm always I try to be very considerate of other people's events, and that's why with the Chris Kringle poll, I was just like, all right, like I had to make sure everybody, you know, I had to make sure like the dates were good, even with like events out of state. Like I was even very considerate of the Tennessee event. I was like, all right, I'm not going to do it that same weekend. We have guys going out of state to that event. I'll do it the next weekend. If they're fried coming into our event, hey, at least I was still considerate and didn't plan it that same weekend. You know what I mean? So I was thinking like, all right, well, East versus West, watch party, Friendsgiving. Some people aren't gonna make it, some people will make it, but it is what it is, you know.
Yeah,
Well, you're better. You're better than me, bro, because when I'm putting together something, all I care about is California or nationals. Like, if you're not one of those two things, I do not care about the date. And it's only because I know demographically that none of those people are going to be involved in whatever's going on. But yeah, I mean, that's awesome. That's awesome that you're willing to do that.
Yeah, I mean, with the Tennessee thing, it was just such a big thing, you know. Mika, Kane, Scott, probably a few other guys from California are going to that, you know what I mean? To
Mike.
Tennessee. It is Mike. So it was a big thing for, you know, people even in California. They wanted to test their skills against these other, you know, elite guys around the country. So I was like, you know what? Obviously, like
Okay,
ideally that would have
we'll
been
be there too, you guys.
first week, but yeah, I mean, second week's cool. You know, it's fine. It works. I mean, everything's good for that. And yeah, I just try to see, you know, what works best for people.
Right. I think everything is laid out as good and amicably as it can be. And this is just, yeah, it's another one of those ongoing topics as it is. I know we know on one hand we talked about it with the whole unity thing. In a perfect world, we would have one tournament, a big tournament at Cal State per year, maybe run some super match things and round robins in between. Different theories thrown around that, you know, having a bunch of tournaments is fine too. I did reach out. I mentioned on that episode that I would reach out to Ryan Espy and learn a little bit about how they have things running out there in Canada. Their youth division is massive and they are very unified. He did get back to me, and we were supposed to talk on a certain date and have just been kind of having a hard time locking a time to talk. And I know we'll have that conversation. I just need to pin it down with him. But I know also that no matter, so I know I'll learn a lot from learning about however they have things set up there, how applicable it will be to how we have things evolved in the state, or in the States. I don't know. I'm sure there's things that we can learn, but it's a different
I
monster.
think unity is the most important thing. The reason Canada does so well is because they don't do the whole, oh, I'm going to promote this and I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this all at the same time. They don't. They have courtesy for everybody else, because if we're only promoting one thing, it's going to be massive. If
Right.
we're promoting 10 things, it's not. Like, for example, North versus South, I changed the date for that twice to fit with people's tournaments and other things that were being held. And I haven't got the same courtesy back, right? But I'm still the nice guy. I don't care. I'll still try to be nice, because I just think it's like we're all California, right? So
There's a
everything
lot
that I
of
do, I got to try to make
situations
sure it
where
works.
there's a lot of situations where there's something in advance going on, and you know, there's a lot going on, and I see it to be a good problem to have. And I don't really, from what I've seen in Canada, I don't see a lot of small promotions happening, or like I primarily see a league. I see a singular organization and their committees and everything kind of is flowing through that. There is an umbrella organization running things that wouldn't really allow for things like what we have going on here to happen in the first place. So in a perfect world, how we've evolved with how many people are promoting events and different types of events in every state, to where you can be pulling an event every month, if not more. Um,
It's simple.
is it
We just need to have
realistic?
a vote, and vote who are, like your Bill Collins, right? He is the veteran in California by a long shot.
But
And if
under what committee and organization, and how do we
his
get
own,
that many
his own.
promoters to agree? Because we're already like, we're deep. Like there's already a lot of existing promoters that have put, you know, a lot of work into their thing, with constant events and different types. Like from this point, how do we all decide to get along under
Well,
what
no, that's
organization?
what I'm saying. Look, you can call me a promoter, right? But I'm a baby. I'm brand new, right?
Right.
That would be disrespectful to a guy like Bill, who's put in over 3 to 4 decades of it. So what I was saying is, if we all in California stopped what we're doing promoting shit when Bill's doing shit, at least at the very minimum, it would change the whole thing. It would be twice as big, because
Right.
everybody would be like, we're behind Bill.
Do we have anything going on usually around Bill's California
There's
state
been a
event?
couple times, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Bill's vocal about it. He'll get on Facebook and say, "Really, you guys are doing this and that, or whatever." He's vocal about it.
Okay.
But that's one of the reasons I had to change one of the dates for North versus South, because
Right.
Bill and Greg Sharp were having an event 2 weeks both ways, 2 weeks before and 2 weeks after, and it was like, okay, that's. But yeah, that's why we had North versus South this year on July 20th, because
Okay.
it didn't
So
conflict with Bill and Greg.
if say the CAL runs a vote with California, who are we sending the vote out to? The general community, like on Facebook or on an independent website, or are we just putting the vote through like team heads or something like that? What do you envision?
Well, I mean, I guess the vote was just kind of, just being sarcastic a little bit, I think that everybody would kind of unanimously agree that Bill's the guy. Like to that, at least that right now has something very established that's been established for a long time. And he's also one of the only world referees, right? I mean, this is the guy who was at the first King of the Table, who has been being begged to go to East versus West every time, and it just doesn't work for his schedule. So he's been there once. All of those things, kind of matter. It shows you, well, this guy is world renowned, right? But we have him right here. So yeah, that's all I was saying. It's like if we got behind him, or at least what he's doing every time, it would at least start to create that unity where it's like, hey guys, we have the Pit Expo coming up. Nobody else do nothing this month. Let's make sure that everybody's geared and goes to this thing. That's what I was talking about. That's more along the lines of the Canada. They do that same thing. You don't see 4 or 5 events promoted within 6 or 8 weeks.
Months. I feel like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think within a month is doable, and I think that most of us, it would be a majority vote that Bill has been a staple, in the community. Even if everyone said he's the guy and he should have the only tournament, no matter what the vote is, my question is, without an organization in place or a committee or some sort of overseeing element that does, I don't want to say control, that's what these are the things I want to learn about what they're doing in Canada, because we could do that. We can make a vote and everyone in the community could say, we should do this for Bill. But then I'm not going to put names out there, but other promoters that are doing cool things that you can actually say are promoters, what's to stop them from like, okay, well, I'm still going to do it anyways.
Well, nothing. That's the point, is that you're gonna have a lot of people who are always more about the me than they are about the them, right? They're going to be more about self than they are about the whole thing. We're looking for the people that are about community, and the ones who are about community, every time they're going to do like we're talking right now, and they're going to say, well, yeah, it's probably best that we get behind Bill in this big tournament he's doing, or Greg Sharp and the biggest payouts that we've seen. We get behind these things, and when we do, then all of a sudden everybody else follows suit because they kind of have no choice, right? Like you create that thing where it's like, well, go ahead and do your thing over there by yourself, because that's what it'll be.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I could see definitely creating some making sure that between all other promoters that securing space for Greg and Bill's events would be 100% mandatory. Now, since it can't really be regulated without some sort of regulating, overseeing
Well,
control,
when you say the league or the committee, we do have the California Arm Wrestling League.
we do have that. So what I'm alluding to is we can't stop somebody from throwing an event somewhere, but we can make sure that whatever the community is voting in favor of keeping isolated and everything like that, that's where the community and the committee is showing attention to cohesively promote that. And if somebody is going against that, they're not going to get that force. They're not going to get that extra added power of community promotion and everything like that. So in a sense, rallying, I guess.
Right.
It's just an idea, kind of pitching off of what you're saying, Josh.
Yeah, because Bill did talk to me about like what you said about a national. He was like one of the heads of the National Arm Wrestling board for the United States. And yeah, it was kind of, the problem there is that it was supposed to be unity, but you had every board member trying to do their own thing.
Right. Yeah.
So,
well, one thing that I definitely can say here, and
all it takes is somebody to take the first step, man.
Yeah, it does. And I'm really proud of our state right now. I think everybody for the most part has been pretty united, and great things seem to be going on. And so yeah, I do believe if we decide we want to rally, behind what Bill's doing, what Greg's doing. And, I see no problem supporting all these other events. I think they're great. I think it's good for arm wrestling. But yeah, just
Oh
make
yeah, me too. Me too. You know me. I want to go everywhere, and I
right,
think that everybody is awesome. But yeah, that I think that we're all together. Everyone achieves more. TEAM, right?
right,
So like that's all I mean is that all these guys are awesome and everything, every event that's popping up is great. They all have their exciting things about them, but how much more exciting would they be if we were all working together?
right.
You know,
Absolutely.
that's what the whole birth of North versus South was about, to get the bridge in the middle of the state out of the way.
Definitely. And it
You
did.
know,
We've got my wife.
Joe,
Oh, hey, what's up, Danny? Hey.
what's up? Where's the whiskey bottle?
Nah, he's still standing up, man. We got my wife in the chat. She says, I don't think it needs to be a vote, but promoters send their tournament slash event to CAL. CAL makes a master calendar. Promoters check the calendar to see what date is available.
Yeah,
Definitely.
that's what I do with Arm Fighter whenever we're even trying to do anything. I look and see what's on there and what's being promoted, and
Right.
try to always be courteous of everybody.
Right. So that would lead up to the next event in the schedule, which is actually the one that we're working on, Josh, is the Call of the Mountain King. Now, this one was primarily I wanted to do it to help boost the team here in the mountain. So a local small tournament, but get as many people as we can for cheap. And I don't know what you guys' thinking is because I don't want to step on Greg's toes, but for the most part, I see since his is 2 weeks before, if anybody's losing anything, it would be on my end, up here. So, yeah, the whole like, because I'm going to be at both events. I'm competing at Greg's event, and 2 weeks later, I'll compete in the Call of the Mountain King. I don't know that everyone will show up, but I think it's a really cool concept. So somebody needs to be muted there. Let's see who it is. Yeah, it's you,
Is it
Mike.
me?
No, you're fine, Danny. So
Okay.
the basic concept to it is number one, we want, Travis, myself, and Josh are all making active efforts to throw more 145s, especially before the California State Championship in January, where Bill's going to be kicking that off as well. But at least we can get the rankings moving. The rankings for the right hand has already been established at North versus South, and we're kind of getting down to the wire before January comes, and we still need that left hand. Now, fortunately, we're going to run that mid-November after Greg's event, and we're also going to run it at the Kringle Pull in December, right and left at both events. And we've got different guys dropping in that, like some killers like Christian Zepeda is going to be in that at 145. Going to make an active effort to get Chewy down there. But the format for this is a little bit different. I expect a lot of killers to show up at WSA. I'm going to go there and just compete to do my best. But the format and the idea for Call of the Mountain King is amateurs has been removed. And what we're hoping for is for a lot of the people that at least know how to pull safe, that can and should make that step into the open category, are going to do this one. So it's going to be a very clean ran event of just
So
open.
are you talking like open class seated, or are you talking only pros? Like,
Well,
because what I did at Big Bear was an open class that was seated, so amateurs and pros are in the same class. And what happens in the finals is you end up with an undefeated amateur and an undefeated pro, and they go at a best of three for the win of that class.
well, that's where the battle royale comes in. It's just I'm calling the double elimination of all 6 men's classes and all 3 women's classes a prelims. So that is where
Will it be seeded though? Will the amateurs only be facing amateurs for the first couple rounds? That's what I'm asking. So they're
no.
just gonna be thrown in there.
Yeah. If people are not ready to make that jump and step up to do this, I know some that are, but those that are not, they just won't. This is going to be for people that are right there in the middle, perhaps ready to make that step up. And we're primarily seeking first place winners from every class. At the end, all first place winners from each class are going to have battle royale super matches. And so the way it's going to work is similar to the way Travis has run open weight class events before, but just for the Mountain King and Queen battle royale at the end. So the first place winners for the super heavyweight and heavyweight are going to go against each other in a super match. The 145 and the 165 are going to go against each other in a super match. So the winner of the 145 and the 165 is going to go against the 185. The winner of the super heavyweight and the heavyweight is going to go against the next weight down, which would be the 205, until they meet in the middle and we have one Mountain King and one Mountain Queen between the two. So the one thing I'm considering adding on that we talked about, Josh, was throwing some super matches. So, if anybody is interested in having a super match for that, I think it would be fun. But for me, the biggest motivation is not really to throw an event. It's my team up here, Alpha Empire. I've been tasked to start a team up here by my team. They wanted me to start a mountain team up here, and it's been going great now that we've got this really, really cool location. But we do need something. We need something to be able to get the locale seeing, in the locale where we're actually holding practices, to see what an arm wrestling event looks like, and in a good light too. So yeah, this should definitely draw in a lot of people and help build the team. But yeah, I think it's going to be good. I know we've got Danny coming down to compete in that 145. How you feeling about that, Danny?
Uh, Great. Right now, clothes on.
Danny's gonna win it.
You think
I'm,
so?
I'm sitting
Yeah.
at 148
He's going to beat
right
Christian?
Yeah. Look. Here's the thing: Danny and Christian have pulled before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we go back and forth.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
have just
And
as
then
many.
and you gotta think too. If we do get Chewy to come, Christian is and however many against Chewy. I mean, Chewy kind of wins all that pretty easy.
Right.
That'll throw a wrench in everything,
Right.
especially if Chewy does some weird shit like weighs his normal weight, like 145. Then it's like, but no, dude, Danny is, Danny is one of those where, well, you remember at the North versus South in the beginning, look how it looked. It was the end where things changed.
Yeah.
And so when you don't
a lot
have
of
that
arm
many
wrestling
people
too.
in your class,
The weight
yeah,
cut
you're gonna get that full
tournament,
power.
that killed me, and that's part of the reason why I've been on a kind of more of a strict. I'm sitting at 148 right now, with my clothes on, so I'm right there. Quick little water cut, take a shit.
Good to go. Yeah, I think Alden Salazar is coming, and he's looking really good. Real talented arm wrestler. I know we're gonna get a ton of 145s from the South coming. We got Jacob Ardron in the house, who had a great performance at North versus South. He says he's gonna be there. Yeah, practice. There's I know a lot of alphas, of course, that are gonna be there. But yeah,
You might as well have him and Eric have another super match. I mean, since they won one arm each.
Jacob and
Eric Linville.
Eric Linville. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think Eric will come down?
Eric won the right hand, I think, and then Jacob won the left or something like that. But
And that was a
their
good
matches were
match too.
intense. Yeah, they were a good match.
Yeah, I'll run it. Yeah, talk to Eric. Jacob's right here in the chat. What do you think? Do you want to feature Supermatch, Jacob? Now, while we're waiting for him to tune in on that or chime in, the only thing that I hate to change anything, but Josh and I were talking the time that we want to change. So I'm gonna have to put out a new flyer. Date's gonna stay the same, Saturday, November 16th. But Josh, myself, and Christian Zepeda, we all agree that since we're cutting out running an extra amateur class for this, that we should be able to run through it in like 3.5 hours. And I'm telling you right now, the entire beauty of the vibe of this venue is at night. The lighting, the aesthetic, the stage, everything about it, and including the built-in crowd there that they have on weekends, that's where it's at. So the idea is that we're basically going to run the prelims at 3 o'clock. Weigh-ins for the day of would be, well, let me just pull up the flyer while I'm saying this. But the weigh-ins would be day of 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. And the early weigh-ins would be the night before. Let's see, here we go. Yeah, night before, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., same location at the Stockade. So if you're coming up to get a cabin, or I highly recommend if you want to be in walking distance, really close on the strip from the event, there's a little motel, a cool motel called Sleepy Hollow Inn. That's literally a block or two away, and I believe they're reasonably priced too. There's another hotel right on the lake, another block down, but tons of B&Bs, which I know Josh and I are working on for that. But yeah, so basically day of, if instead of doing 1 p.m. for the start time, we start at 3, by the time we get through those prelims, the sun should be down. We can run some super matches and do the battle royale. For me, the heart and soul of this event is that battle royale. And any of those super matches too. And that's when most of the crowd will be there. That's when we can really expose our sport to my local area and help build the team and the sport out here. So yeah, all the fun, crazy, exciting stuff can happen when that sun goes down. So yeah, I'll put out that flyer really soon, which looks like this. We got the current number 1 at 145 on the front of the flyer, Kelvin Liao. And we got my teammates up there in the top, Ian and his wife, Dev. Yeah, I love this flyer. So one thing to point out is that this event is only $10. I wanted it to be free, but I'm not really sure how many sponsors we can get involved to keep the budget up. So we're going to start this year close to free. It's just $10 per entry. So it's going to save everybody a lot of money coming out to do this event. Shoot, if it's just $10, pull a couple classes, pull both arms, pull 2 classes, pull 3 classes. If you're confident, shit, pull all of them.
I will be pulling every class.
You will?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, my man. Yes, I like your style. I think I might as well. I might join you in that
I'm
venture.
gonna get my ass kicked on my left, but I might do okay with my right.
Nice, man. Yes. If we get a bunch of people pulling multiple classes, that'll be beautiful. Mike Linder, you're definitely going to pull multiple classes, right?
Yeah, I will.
Yes, sir. All right. Travis, you going to pull this one?
Can you see me?
Yeah.
We're good. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna pull this tournament.
Throw your hat in the ring. All right.
I don't know if I'm pulling multiple classes, but yeah, I'll be pulling.
I think you're ready, bro. You're feeling good, man. And I think this is the one to do it. I think a lot of the highest level arm wrestlers are going to be doing the WSA. And they may come and support, they may do the after pull. I don't know, but I think a lot of them are going to be in a cool off period from that. So I do think we're going to get a lot of competitive people. I hope we get high level people that still want to do this. But I think it's going to be right in that sweet spot where we can get a lot of the people that do well in amateurs, or at least are competitive and can pull safer, are going to throw their hat in the ring for this. I know I'm going to push a lot of my teammates to do it, that at least bare minimum are experienced enough to know how to pull safe. My belief is everyone's got to run their own race, but my belief, as long as you feel relatively conditioned and you know how to pull safely, it does not matter if you think that you're going to win at pro or not, or go 0-2 to venture on. I think you're going to, if you are at that level where you can pull safe and you feel conditioned enough, you know how to protect yourself, I think your advances in the sport will be quicker in the open category than they would be in the amateur category. Just
What about you, Kane? You gonna have a super match?
um I, if somebody wanted one, I would. I would just hate to schedule myself for a super match at our own event. But
It's so fun. Me and you could do the first to 10.
yeah, me and you want to do a super match?
The first to 10.
Sorry, I stepped out.
First to 10 points, best. Oh, wow. Interesting. So we could end up pulling like 15 or 20 times, huh?
Fucking A, dude.
I would do it. I
What
would
is
do
Me
it.
too. 100%.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
so down.
I don't have
That'd
the
be awesome.
on.
I'm in. That's like probably one of the craziest things I've ever done if we do it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
love it.
I'm so down. We could lock it in if you want to lock it in. I'm down.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's do
Who's
it.
ever done that before? First to 10. We got to make some noise there.
Nobody. I joke about it all the time when a super match is set up. Like they're like, "What are we gonna do? Like, let's go best of 14," but
Yeah.
nobody takes the bait. But that's a different monster. First to 10. I like
hmm
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless it's a shutout that guarantees a lot more than 10 pulls. I like it.
Right. Right. It could be fucking 19 pulls.
Ah. I don't know, man. You were feeling good at that after pull at North versus South, and I think you got my number too.
Yeah, I don't know about that. You got me the last time we pulled seriously.
It's
It was at Travis's event, actually, at the Chris Kringle. Yeah.
this is gonna be fun. Cause like if we're doing this, like I'm gonna hop into the hook with you. I'll do
All right. Wait,
we'll do everything.
wait,
Yeah,
wait.
yeah.
You're gonna hop in the hook with me round one?
I didn't say round one.
Oh, okay,
But
okay. My
out of
bad.
one of those 50 rounds or whatever this works out to be, yeah,
Oh,
I don't care. I'll try to press you. Like,
don't wait until my cupping is all destroyed.
I'm just saying, like, what better opportunity to like try out some weird shit, than a
Yeah,
first to 10. This is gonna be great. All right, all
yeah,
right.
that'd be super cool.
All right, well, it's done. Let's do it. Yeah, man. That's why I
Not
love you,
not to
Doc.
mention, I mean, we've been doing the podcast for over a year.
It's
We did
due.
North versus South
Yeah.
this year and everything. I think the people would think it's really cool watching me and you arm wrestle together.
Hell yeah. That's
Yeah,
that's some North versus South shit right there, huh?
yeah, exactly.
We should wear our shirts.
We have to just for the match.
Just for the match. That's right. That's right. Um, yeah, so one thing I don't want to breeze past, technically the next thing going on in the state is actually this weekend. A lot of people don't know about it, but it's in San Diego. And I believe,
Wait,
okay,
wait, 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 wait.
yeah,
Are
yeah,
you talking about Grinder?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, then maybe you have more information on it. But Malia and I are both pulling in it, but we just don't know a lot about it. I know it started as a remote Supermatch series for women.
It's free,
Right.
right?
So months ago when Malia was hit up about it, I think it was through the Lucky Ones podcast. I'm pretty sure the all women's podcast. And it's a brilliant idea. They're doing they're calling it a remote super match series, which to me, I believe on the channel, they're going to be running super matches from all over the country. So, somewhere else in the country, two women will be arm wrestling, and then down here at Grinder, two women will be arm wrestling. I believe it is Leia that Malia is going against in a best of 5. I think left-handed is what they're doing. And I was just hit up last minute by Kyle that I guess they're going to run a few men's super matches before the women's. So the women's, I know Malia's is at 5, so I think they're starting right around that time. Everyone tune into the Lucky Ones podcast. And well, let me.
Hey, I don't mean to be that guy, right? But I have to just because it happens so much.
Right.
But isn't it kind of cool how something that one of the ideas that we talked about on this show almost a year ago, now they're doing? I mean, do you remember when I talked about having you guys down at your practice, us at the arm benders, and everybody doing the super matches at the same time?
Right.
I think it's interesting how a lot of things that we've came up with on this show, you see other people putting into play, which is cool. I mean, that's the whole purpose. Right.
Absolutely. And if I was to see anybody kick it off, I definitely would want to see it happening in the women's class. The reason why is there's fewer of them. They're the most in need for a remote super match series, right? Now you can collect them nationally where they don't have much accessibility to themselves and actually put a whole series together. It's beautiful. But I agree, it's one of the things I love about what we do together on the show here. If we were interested in getting 100,000 subscribers or something, the format would look very, very different. What makes me so happy about what we do is this is a table where we can have these conversations and make things happen, both locally and beyond. And the beyond we need to get to in a minute here. I just need to look at Jacob's response here.
Don't you wish our government would take some pointers from this show?
There you go. There you
anyway,
go.
I didn't say that. We're canceled. We're canceled, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, instead of North versus South, Republicans versus Democrat, but like it works as beautifully as this. Yeah. God, yeah, there's some stuff I'd love to see, but we're not going to do that. And I've got some work to do tonight, so we're just going to keep pushing through this. Jacob says that he'd rather just do the tournament, but he said he's down for a future North versus South with Eric again if he wants to. He says Eric beat me left-handed and I won right-handed. Left, he beat me easily. Right was close, and I wound up with a minor elbow injury from it. Don't want to risk getting injured again in 2024. Ha. So that's understandable if you want to put it off till next year, but
unfortunately, well, it's not unfortunate, but moving forward, like with the North versus South and stuff, focusing on the winners of the matches that were had at the previous 2 events. That's what we're doing to link up with Tim Talmadge and everybody.
Right.
They're going to bring out the winners from their super match series that's happening next month, and they're going to face the winners from North versus South, and we're going to have our first California versus Arizona real event. Because again, that was another thing we talked about. One of the whole ideas for starting that was to continue this thing to where it ends up being coast to coast, right? Okay. East Coast versus West Coast, Florida versus Cali, Cali versus Texas, everybody. Cali versus the world, right?
Yeah, it's freaking amazing.
So for Jacob, him beating Eric on the right hand would mean that he can't face Eric on the right hand, and Eric beating him on the left hand would mean he can't face, because they're going to face somebody from Arizona.
That's
right this time.
So if you're tuning in on that, Jacob, what do you have to say about that? Um,
What
and
about the Kringle Pull?
yeah, there is the Kringle Pull
Sorry,
if you
Travis.
time, which we're
Travis
about
is
to
all,
get
dude, don't
to.
add no more.
I'm just gonna throw this up, and you guys got to tell me when I'm screen sharing and I don't realize I'm screen sharing still. I'm over here looking at the chat, screen sharing the chat and stuff, and I think the analytics page was up. Let's see, but now I will.
Danny, your hair grew back fast, brother.
My hair grows so quick. It's
I know.
ridiculous.
When you cut it off the first time, I was like, damn, he looks so much different. It's like it's not the same guy, and now it's all the way back to where it was in the beginning.
Oh yeah, yeah. It only takes like a year and a half, 2 years. It'll be down to here.
Sweet. So I don't have a flyer for the Arizona event yet. But as soon as they've got one put out and they're starting to promote that, I'll definitely do my due diligence to promote
Steve
it.
West.
I do have the screenshot of their Facebook post to the California Arm Wrestling page, and this is their Supermatch rundown. So yeah, a lot of killers in there, a lot of familiar names. We got Eric Wolf, we got John Belak, Cody Addison, Wayne. I love Wayne, but I can never say his last name. Can anybody else say that? Wayne Arsenault.
I can't even see the screen. I mean, it's like,
Oh, you can't? Let me see if I can make it bigger.
oh, there we go. Was that me zooming it in?
That was
Or
me.
is that you? Oh, okay.
I'll make it even bigger. There we go. All
Where is
right.
it at?
Okay, so right here, Wayne.
Oh, it
He's
looks
a
like it
tough
says
dude.
Arsenal.
Yeah, and we just don't see him compete that much, but if you've been in the sport a while, you probably know who he is. I met him in Mexico 4 years ago, I want to say. Um, yeah, absolute killer. Really talented, really strong, really smart. He will be facing Tim Talmadge. And yeah, we got Steve West versus Clayton Merrick. Yeah, some of the names I don't know here, but we will soon.
What'd you
This
think about Steve West this last weekend?
very impressive with Mike Brown.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I
I
know
knew
where
it
Mike
was
Brown's
a
at,
tough
and
one.
so yeah, yeah, that was handily. I like who would you put from California against Steve West right now? He's what, like
Oh, I already
195, 185, 195
no,
probably.
he's a 205 guy.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I already want him to go against Matt Hughes.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'd like
Yeah,
to see that.
because hey, I had to go against Steve West when I first started. It
Yeah.
took me over there to go against that dude.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
Yeah, the levels in this Mamma Jamma is crazy. It really is. Paul Mata is in there. Let's see. Yeah, we got a lot of cool super matches here. We've got Joseph Williams for your main event versus Aaron Blevins.
Oh well, he's also going against his. That's funny because they have his name as Joseph William on the bottom, but then right there they have his name as Joseph Moranto against D'Anthony J. Miller, left-handed.
Oh, interesting. And that's in probably the next one down, or no?
No, no, scroll up.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
he's
see.
closer to the bottom.
Left hand.
Uh,
And there he is. Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Joseph's a killer. I didn't get to pull him, but he was at one of those San Diego events. I want to say like 2 years ago or something like
Yeah, it was actually King of Cali. I got to pull
that.
him then.
You pulled him?
Yeah, yeah. Beast.
Yeah.
Absolute beast. And I believe that was my I was just barely a year into arm wrestling. I believe that was like my second pro tournament or open category tournament that I pulled in. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, he's a lot. He's very, very talented. Yeah, I'll be watching that match closely. And yeah, I believe we're both going out there for that, Josh. So I'm excited to see a lot of these matches. And let me see what's going on here. See, Matt Hughes and Mike Brown, two retired MMA fighters. So Zitchy Sticks says, where can I see California rankings? Um, oh, and Zitchy Sticks also says that they need a match for North versus South 3. Zitchy Sticks, are you in California here? Are you a California resident? And what club do you pull out of? I want to get to know more about you. And
That's Zach.
Zach, who?
Yeah, Zach Atrop's the one who went against Lorenzo Munoz and he went against Christian Cabahug at North versus
Oh,
South.
that guy's just nuts. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's very strong.
He's a sleeper. Like, yeah, man, that guy
Yeah,
wow.
and literally he's only like a couple years in. Like he's leveled up so quickly.
Yeah, good God, that guy
Yeah.
is very, very good. I was very impressed by you, Zach. Um, so yeah, that's um something that could definitely be discussed. Who would you put? So Zach is True Grit, that's Bakersfield, so I guess we call him a North guy, right?
I'd put Zach against Steve West, bro.
Okay. Oh, interesting. But I also but I like Matt Hughes against him though too.
Oh, me too.
So how's this going
Me
to work
too.
out? North versus South is typically the North Cali versus South Cali, and I love the idea that we're doing the winners of Arizona versus winners of California. Is this going to be a separate event where they go against each other, or a portion of
No.
versus
What's
South?
going to happen is you remember how we talked about it in the beginning, like
State
if we
versus
really
state.
wanted, yeah, but if we really wanted to make North versus South as dialed in as possible, it'd be like the Dream Team versus the Dream Team. So it's going to open the door for us to pick our best 10 or so guys from the North and the South, and they will be the headlining super matches for that event for the California Cup.
Perfect. Okay, so a
Yeah.
portion like a main event. Okay.
Mm-hmm. For
I
sure.
like it. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that adds so many more facets to this and options.
Because
But
after this year, Tom was like, this event's going to be around for 30 years plus, and he's like, I'll never miss it. And he immediately started reaching out to everybody, Luke Kent, Michael Voss, all the guys that didn't show up. And he's like, dude, you have to go next time. We have to build our team, like, because yeah, I mean, we got to get the top guys from the North to come down. Both years we've had a few of them, but we haven't like had enough, right?
right.
Yeah.
So I think
But
the
if we
biggest
pair the 10 top guys from the North against the 10 top guys from the South, and when I say that, I mean, a guy from the top three from both sides, right, in each weight class, up and down, then you're talking about a much more serious thing that will probably be just super close, right?
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I guess we got to see who wins between Steve West and Clayton Merrick. Um, if we're gonna stay true to this, I really like if Steve wins, I really do like him versus Matt Hughes. But I'm looking at the names for Zach Atrops, if there was anybody else, via
Put
the
him against John Belak. They're both 205 guys.
that was my next question. So Zach's a 205 guy then?
I mean, yeah, sometimes he's probably got a few more pounds on him, but yeah, he's usually a 205 guy.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Eric Wolf would be around that weight too.
Yeah, he's a 220 guy, Eric Wolf.
Okay.
232. But yeah, I'm impressed to see that on there with John Belak and him. That's a
Yeah,
cool man.
that's a big
Yeah.
match for John for sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, lot of respect for Eric Wolf. And yeah, John's looking really good. He really is. I've been watching him a bit.
And that kid there, Kelso Haros, right there against Donald Mata. He's like a
Oh, okay.
65er.
Yeah, yeah.
That kid is super good. He is super good at that weight. He is nuts. Like, yeah, I mean, a good 65er against him, and that's a good match.
Was he at PAL in Vegas this last one?
I don't think so. Maybe no, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, I
But
know
I
the
know at
Matas
Arizona
were out there.
State, uh, it was either Arizona State or one of the Arizona events they did. He took first place in his class, and beat some pretty good names. Like he's a stud for sure. He's tall. He's like almost like a Mike Brown height.
Yep.
He's like 6'6" and a couple, and 165. He's a stud for sure.
So we've got a few chats here. Jacob says Zach is literally a monster. He's same time in arm wrestling as me, but basically he's levels ahead. Jacob also says, by the way, I kind of do like the North versus South concept / vibe. Is Arizona thing gonna totally replace it, or we'll just have another event on top of it? No. So North versus South will still be the same thing. There's just going to be an added main event to it where state versus state can start being incorporated with top guys versus the other top guys. The beauty of this is that yeah, John and Tim, who did an amazing job reffing at North versus South 2, they loved what was going on there, and understand the concept of uniting the states through it, and they're running the Supermatch series out there, and they want to collaborate it basically with North versus South, and that, yeah, basically kicks the door open.
Yeah, they literally said that this thing they're doing next month is their version of North versus South. He goes, it's like our little version. So that alone was such a compliment that a guy like Tim that's been in the sport and the high level that he is and refereeing all over the place as well, for him to see it and be that excited about it was just super cool. And him and John both said that it was the most fun event they've ever been to. So that's high praise. And now they're trying to create something to lean towards us collaborating, and that's just beautiful for our state. It's really good. The whole end goal of, not even an end goal, but the whole one of the goals for this is to get a van or a tour bus or whatever it is, and you take Team California and we all get together and road trip, and we go take on the best 10 guys or 20 guys or whatever from every state.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That would be the next documentary. The first one of those that happens would be so cool.
Dude, it'd be amazing. Can you imagine? Have you ever seen that show, King of the Road, the skateboarding show?
No.
Oh, it's amazing. So they get in a van, like there's like 5 or 6 teams. They all have their own team van. And for 2 weeks, they live in the van together, right? And drive around and blah, blah, blah. And they have a whole booklet of different things that they have to do. Obviously, they're skateboarders, so they have to go do a kickflip off of this set or whatever, this and that. But throughout the whole thing, there's so many weird things that they have to do for points, like eat a bug and take a crap in the van and all this random stuff, right? But the vibe is so amazing, and that's kind of like what I see, like literally rock star life, us all getting in a bus together and just road tripping, dude. Like that footage that you would get from that would be second to none, in my opinion. And talk about engrossing for the audience. Like, you're on the road with these guys, and you're getting to see the drawing on this guy's face with a Sharpie and all this because he fell asleep before everybody, and all the funny random prank joke stuff that guys do. I mean, it'd be amazing.
I love it. Does anybody know? I still want to answer Zach Atrop's question about the rankings because I don't think Zach is on Facebook, is he?
What about the rankings?
He just wants to know where to find them. So I can literally
Oh,
screenshot
yeah,
the rankings for him now.
California Arm Wrestling League on Facebook, yeah.
But
And then you'll
he
just have
can
to
still
scroll
look at that
down
even
because
without
there's
an
no
account,
tab.
right?
The what?
Can he still look at that without an account?
I believe it's a public page. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's public, so he can look at it just by typing it in on there. But my point of it is there's no tab. So
Yeah.
you have to scroll down, like literally like a month or two to the last time that it was updated, and you'll see it, the post that says rankings update or whatever, and you have to go that way.
Shit, I wonder since
So
I'm a
yeah.
moderator, I've never really asked Caleb about that. If I can like put a period
Make
somewhere.
a tab.
Yeah, like update it.
There
Well,
we
yeah,
go.
making a tab would be amazing. Let me click on the little dots here. Pinned to featured. Okay, maybe that did it. Let's see. And oh wait, no, I just pinned the wrong freaking thing. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's already pinned to feature. Wait, pinned to top. There we go. Okay. All right, you should be good. Go on the public page, California Arm Wrestling League, on Facebook. Zach, even if you don't have an account, just do it on your browser or whatever. And it should be one of the first posts on the top. It'll say official California state rankings posted by arm bending practitioner. And then yeah, you can just scroll down and look through all the weight
I'm
classes.
looking right now. It didn't go to the top.
It did not? Here, let me refresh myself.
No.
Let's see. Okay, yeah. No. Yeah. Mine did. So when I'm scrolling down, there's two. Let me unpin this. There we go. That'll make it
What's
easy.
the date? What's the date on it? Because it all goes chronologically by the date.
It says January 8th, but yeah, if you so I just refreshed it to look again. It doesn't look like the normal post. It actually is kind of a tab at the top, in like a smaller bubble, at least for me on the browser. Let me check on my phone, see if it's doing the same thing.
Am I going to featured or what?
Let's see.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, it's on featured. Okay.
you're right. On the phone,
Okay.
it's featured. If you're on your computer, it'll just pop up at the top of the page. So yeah, you got to click the featured tab. And
Let's see. So, well, yeah. Is Zach wondering if he's on the rankings?
I would imagine so. Let's see.
No, he's not, because he didn't beat anybody that was ranked.
in his
Oh no. Can you hear me? My phone is shutting down.
Oh no.
Shit.
Run.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Get a charger. Let's see.
Fuck.
So looking at the 205s myself right now, I would screen share, but it's just going to be too small for all of you to see. Let's see if that's what we're talking about, 205. Yeah, Lorenzo is considered a runner up. He would be technically number 11. So it's the top 10 for each weight class, and then after that you have runner-ups in order. And Lorenzo Munoz is the first runner-up behind Josh Edwards currently. Right hand, we got Dallas Langston, Anderson Oliveira, David Egian, Mika Sakvaralidze at 4, Robbie Ballesteros at 5, Cody Hadley at 6, Matt Hughes at 7, Caribbean Bull at 8, Chris Zawacki at 9, Josh Edwards, our co-host, is the new number 10. Left hand, we got again Dallas Langston. Mika on the left is number 2. Now we've got Cody Hadley at number 3 on the left. David Egan is number 4 on the left. Lorenzo Munoz, that's his arm. Now, did you pull Zach, did you pull Lorenzo left-handed or was it just right-handed? because in the left hand, he's showing number 5. Number 6 is Anderson Oliveira. Number 7 is Christian Cabahug. Number 8, Robbie Ballesteros. Number 9, Matt Hughes. Number 10, Lorenzo Luciano. Runners up, Chris Zawacki, Josh Edwards, and Caribbean Bull. So that is where we are at. Let's see. Yeah, Zach says, awesome. Thank you. And Paul Stevens said earlier in the chat, I don't want to forget this. He said he's probably going to be at the Call of the Mountain King with his wife. And he also says he's going to be on the 205-pound class soon. Not good news for the other 205 guys. Paul's an absolute beast. And earlier,
I wouldn't be happy.
let's see. Why can't I? Oh, there you are. Paul Stevens says, so the winners like me of the last North versus South are going to pull somebody from Arizona. Yeah. I don't know how they're going to format it because I believe they're taking 10 winners from the North and around that and like 10 winners from the not from the North, from California, and then 10 winners from Arizona, and they'll go against each other. So there's going to be kind of like a main event of state versus state winners. And then the rest of the super matches will be, as usual, Northern California versus Southern California, which will also contribute to the following North versus South, where they'll do another main event, potentially with more states. So yeah, really cool things, a lot of potential, but still kind of early in the talks for that. But I personally would love to see you in the main event, Paul. That would be amazing. Zach says, I lose to Christian left, though. Haha. Let's see. Jacob said Zach also beat Christian, if I'm correct. Let's see. Okay, so I don't want to trail off here. Sorry. We need to get towards the last event. We've been going through all of the events the rest of the year. We've got one more big, amazing event. And if we were to add another event, all the features of it would be something that I would be interested in. So Travis, unmute yourself. Tell us about the Kringle Pull. December 16th is the date, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
16th, I believe. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to check the flyer. Sorry, I've just been getting this workout with my boy Drew over here.
Oh, what's up, Drew?
What's up, man? I want Josh's rankings. I hear Zach's get like what, number 6, and he just whooped my ass at the Big Bird tournament. I gotta get some revenge. I'm coming after you, bro.
Good stuff. I love it. Glad you guys are putting in the work.
I got him in here. We're training. He's starting to realize that the workouts on the table are a lot different than the gym. So
yeah, they are. Those angles are weird. Yep.
Oh yeah, they are. He's like, I don't even know how you do this, but it is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're just getting familiar with all the new angles and stuff like that. So I mean, I'm not saying we're pros by any means, but we're learning our angles and putting our time in. So anyways, Chris Kringle
talking,
2.
I'm gonna pull up the I'm gonna pull up the flyer while you're doing that.
Guys, I cannot tell you guys how much time I put in on the phones trying to solidify a venue. Like I talked to Josh, I've talked to Kane, I talked to Christian. I called at least 20 high schools because ideally, originally, I wanted to have it at a high school like theater, auditorium, and that all these high schools are doing these plays during the Christmas time. Eventually, I'm going to get in a partnership with a high school and we're going to get auditorium, but not during the holiday time. They're just too busy. I called Dave and Buster's. They wanted $10,000. I talked to Big Al's. They wanted about $8,000. I talked to so many big places that like they just wanted an astronomical amount of money. And then I said, hey, you know what? I think it would be a great idea if I can somehow get in contact with a movie theater. And I said, you know what? AMC is too corporate. They're probably going to turn me down. Regal's too corporate. They're probably going to turn me down. So I had to try to find a smaller theater. And Starlight Cinemas was just, they were awesome. They were awesome every step of the way, and just being just fully supportive on having this event at one of their theaters. When I pretty much pitched the idea of having the movie, the Over the Top, playing the same time that we are going to be competing, they just love the idea. And that's who you guys want really on your team, is people that love and support your ideas. You know? So this is going to be in a movie theater. You are somebody competing, and you're going to obviously pay and register to compete in this event. You don't have to pay an entry at the door if you're pre-registering. If you're not pre-registering, they're going to obviously try to charge you at the door, because everybody's getting charged $5. The only way that you're not going to get charged that $5 is if you pre-register. We will pay your $5 entry, because the theater is going to make that, you know, $5. We're not making any money off of that. It's just a theater charging $5 for the entire day, which is absolutely amazing, because they typically charge $10, $12 just for a movie. So that was really, really awesome. This theater typically runs about $4,000. Since we are doing a toy drive and a canned food drive like we did last year, they are giving us the theater for the entire day for free. So, I mean, I just want to throw that out there. Like, you know, if you guys see anybody at, you know, theaters, obviously thank them for this opportunity. This is a really good opportunity for the arm wrestling community.
Don't ask them to tip, Travis. Don't ask them to tip.
Yeah. don't ask. Hey, just go buy from their snack bar. Just support. Obviously, like this is a pretty big movie theater. It's a very nice movie theater. It's just like an AMC theater. So I just think this is going to be something different, something that I'm really excited for, something that I think the arm wrestling community should really be excited for. You know,
are you going to have
it's going to be a
Winner Takes It All song playing while we're arm wrestling?
I haven't thought of.
I've dreamt about that since I first stepped into this sport, dude. Like the day I go to an event and they're playing Winner Takes It All while we're arm wrestling, it's like dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh my God, bro.
You know what, Josh? I will get with you on a playlist before we start this event. I'll get with you a week before, and I'll get every dream song that you ever imagined. And I know. Guess what? We get a showing actually. So the movie Over the Top is going to be on repeat. It's going to be silenced. So obviously our commentating, the people obviously in the crowd can hear like if they're getting called up. But they are offering us a showing of the movie before the event starts or after the event. So we can actually obviously listen to it with the volume and everything. It's going to be included in the $5 price that you pay to get in. So you get the event, you get all these amazing things for $5. I mean, where can you go for $5 to watch a live event like this? Comfortable seating, a movie, like come on, like there's just so much.
Stadium seating too. That's super cool.
I do have a question. I was wondering, is there going to be anybody like Derek Smith or somebody that might be helping Travis commentate, being that he is not familiar with the arm wrestlers here? I mean, he's a great commentator, don't get me wrong, and everybody's going to be jazzed about that, but just somebody that knows the names of the guys and like who they are.
So I asked Travis Bajan. So whoever doesn't know, Travis Bajan will be there. So Travis is going to be the commentator, and I asked Travis if he wants a supporting cast, if he wanted somebody specific by name. I asked him today, And he's like, I got this. So, I mean, there obviously was a few names in mind that I had in my head that I had interest
Tom
to
Nelson.
commentate with him potentially. I don't know about all that, but I don't know. I don't know what exact terms that those two are on, of course.
Yeah.
They have
Well,
history.
that's the whole reason
so
everybody wants to see him in the same room, Travis, is that nobody knows.
Yeah.
$20, yeah, it's the best.
yeah, so I heard about I heard a little bit about that history today on the phone call, but I don't think Travis wants to commentate with Tom Nelson. So we'll just, full transparency, we'll put it that way. But
Yeah.
obviously he says, if Tom's competing, that he'll be super cordial and everything, of course. But I don't think he wants to commentate with him. I think that would be hilarious. But I don't know if I want to put those.
Yeah, I think it would be better than the Matt and Derek thing, and that's kind of hard to do. Like Matt and Derek were so bouncy off each other; it was so cool. And they're not even commentators, right? But then you like, dude, just the history there. Oh my gosh, people would be like, "What are they going to say next?" Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
funny too,
funny.
because
I mean, I think it's
when I told Tom, he said that he goes, if you need me to help him commentate or something, I'll come and help. And Tom didn't, he wants to help California, right? But he literally said, that way Travis can do his commentary thing and then I can say some facts. It would be so cool, dude. Damn it, Travis.
Oh my god!
Bare minimum, if he's
I'll have to.
say if he's located close to
I'll
whoever's
have to
doing
sit on.
brackets, they can help him with names and stuff like that. Whoever's coming
Yeah. And that's what he said. He goes, Travis pretty much said, like, do you guys have people for brackets? I was like, probably the same people as last year. If not, I'm sure we'll have people lined up for it, of course. Travis really just gave a lot of tips because he's ran so many tournaments, I guess. He's like, I would do it this way because, people don't want to sit for an 8-hour tournament. That's how you lose interest for the following years, etc. Speed it up like this and this and this. And I take everything, what Travis says, obviously, because he's been in the sport since 1946. So, yeah, I mean, he's been in the sport for a very long time. You know what I mean? So he's a 47,000 time world champion or whatever the case is. And I don't know, man. I mean, like I said, I think he said he's going to bring a signed Tyson Bagent jersey. So I don't know if we're raffling it off or what we're doing with it, but yeah, I mean, he pretty much said whatever I need. If he wants me to sign shirts and babies, then he'll do that for me. So whatever I need, he'll do it. Obviously, he's very willing. So I did get a little bit of information about King of the Table. I can't really say too much, but
you already
said
that
they
much,
do
bro.
have.
Everybody knows we all follow this sport. You just spilled the beans, bro.
Well, obviously, like people know, right? People follow their podcast, so they were supposed to have an event in LA. Like that's initially like what they were talking about, and now I guess everybody obviously is hearing that it's going to be Vegas, right? So potentially Travis might take a match. I don't know, but if he does, he's obviously coming to this event as well. So, so Travis said, he's going to try to bring in some talent as well. So potentially bring in Artem and some other people that he's going to be talking to as well. So I know some of that high level talent coming in, would be good for the California guys that want to see it, because they typically got to travel to get higher caliber people. So yeah, I mean, it'll be nice if he could get some really high level talent and bring them in. And if we could get
you got to let me know if you find out
to come.
That Artem is going to come, because then I need to let Anderson know, because he'll definitely come to try to avenge that. They had a very good war last year.
Yeah, there definitely is a possibility. The closer it gets, if this, like I said, if the event is in Vegas, Most likely Artem is coming with Travis, and he will be pretty much tagging along everywhere he goes. And he wants, yeah, Tarantenko. So yeah, yep. So yeah. Anyways, that's kind of like what that is. And then so for the payouts, it'll be same structure as last year. It'll be division winners will get cash. Trying to find a sponsor to get an overall payout. That'd be great. That would obviously attract more people. The more money you got, the more people that come, of course, right? The more pros want to pull, the more money they want to win. We do have a really fun structure that I really tried to implement, that I really want to implement this year, that I'm already buying stuff. It's the raffle structure that I'm implementing. So for amateurs and pros, if you win a match, you're gonna get a raffle ticket. And that raffle ticket, we're going to have 10 different prizes to choose from. One, for instance, we have a flat screen TV we're getting, we have an arm wrestling table we're getting, and we have 8 other prizes we're getting, whether it's bands, whether it's cables or weights or whatever the case is, whatever we decide or solidify, restaurant, gift cards, whatever, right? You're going to be able to put your raffle ticket when you win that match into one of these prizes. You can win more than one prize if you win a ton of matches, obviously. And it's, there's 20 raffle tickets in the same area because people are winning matches and they want that prize, then hey, dump your ticket into something else, obviously, right? So you can take home more than one prize if you're a pro or amateur. I wanted to add this in there because it's the season of giving. I wanted to add this in, and I think it'll be really interesting if people only win one match and they win a flat screen TV. I think it's super cool. I think it's super interesting. You won't win a medal, obviously, but you could win a flat screen TV if you just win one match. You know what I mean? So I think that's really cool and interesting.
Definitely. Yeah, I like it.
And
Just the match. Yeah, that's really cool. Gives you a lot of opportunities.
So they're going to be able to choose what box for what prize they put their ticket in. So it has nothing to do with first, second, or third place.
Nope.
Okay. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So this is just a little added bonus that I wanted to do, that I was sitting and really thinking about one day. I was like, oh, you know what? Like, people get, defeated if they just come and get wiped out like an amateur, right? Like they're like, if they don't do good their first tournament. Well, what if they do win one match and they win a TV? Like that's going to interest them to come back again. You know what I mean? So, like, oh my God, I didn't win. I won one match, but I won a flat screen TV. I mean, go figure. You know what I mean? So that possibility is there. So it just gives them hope, right? And then obviously, like I said, we have the cash payouts, of course, and then we are going to be having a 4th place prize as well. So we're doing 1 through 3rd, but the 4th place prize will be a little secret for everybody.
What's the lightest
so I
weight?
wouldn't recommend.
What's the lightest weight?
We are going down to 145s. So
even for
we're gonna do
amateurs
the
too?
145 prize. Amateurs as well.
Damn. Okay, I'm gonna cut to
We're
145,
gonna
compete in amateurs and 165, and I'm winning that table, Travis. I want that table.
I'm going to be there in amateur as well. Yeah, I'm going to pull every weight class, amateur and open, both arms. We'll see who wins.
Yeah, hell yeah, Danny. That table's mine, bro.
I'm also going to be there, but I don't think I'm making 145 like you fuckers.
Hey, you know what? I don't care. I don't care if you guys pull amateurs, because the more arms you get in, the more I'm gonna be able to recoup from this Travis Bajan fund. So.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Wow.
We've heard stories, bro. We've heard stories about Travis.
Yeah.
He doesn't fart without going cha-ching.
Yeah, what kind of Ferrari is he gonna drive away with after the event, huh?
I don't know. I think after he's done with Ingen, he might be driving a Ferrari. We'll put it that
way. Yeah, that sounds like a great event. How many arm wrestling events do you see at a movie theater with over the top playing in the background? Paul Stevens says you need to try and get Bruce Way out to this one. Yeah, get him to like drink a little Valvoline, right before Christian and Kelvin's match. And better yet, like, okay, so Josh, I love that song.
How cool would the movie theater think that is, that one of the stars of the films is there?
Yeah, that would be wild. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that was
Look, man, I would love to obviously have John here. Maybe while John was the winner of Over the Top, you know what I mean? So of course we would love to have John, right?
No. Sylvester Stallone was the winner. He beat Bull Hurley.
You got to get sly, man. You got to get sly.
Hey, the question is, who's more expensive now, is John or Sylvester?
Hey, isn't that cool? I know that it hasn't came out yet and it's been a little bit prolonged, but isn't that cool that Sylvester Stallone's company is the one doing Devin's documentary? I mean, that's so fucking awesome how it all tied back in together.
I know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Devin fucking announced it. You guys don't. Where you guys been at?
Yeah.
Can't watch everything.
It's super awesome, dude. Like
I don't watch Devin a lot. I absolutely respect his accolades, but I don't watch that much.
Okay.
I'm just being.
We got a Devin hater.
No, I respect him as an athlete. That's
first 1 to 20, Kane. First 1 to 20.
What are we putting on the line? What are we putting on the line? Could it be something that happens at Kringle Pull, Josh?
What do you mean?
What are we putting on the line? First to 10.
Yeah, you got to talk to Travis if he's gonna. I mean, down for whatever, dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. You tell me what's on the line. Do you want to bet a guitar?
Oh,
I might be down for that.
Oh yeah,
a Gibson.
Do something weird.
You know.
All right. So whoever loses has to dress up like an elf at the Kris Kringle.
I was gonna say, or like a Who, like from Whoville, something like that. Yeah,
a Whoville character.
A Whoville character.
Hold on. Wait a minute, real quick. Kane, smile for me. You picked the wrong Grinch last year, Travis. Look at that Grinch. Okay, that's the deal. The loser has to dress up as a female elf for Kris Kringle Pull.
Make it what's the girl's name from the
Cindy
Grinch?
Lou?
Yes.
Cindy Lou?
Okay. That's all right. I think you look good in a dress, Josh.
I've tried them on before, so I'm not worried. I'll do
it. That's every Monday for me.
Shit. Hey, you know what? This is starting to get exciting now. This is starting to get exciting.
That's the thing, you know. I agree. As long as we keep some of those big defining events nice and unified and like together, like all of us, if we can be unified and tie these events in together, you know, and like that's another way that we can unify and make all these things work, get the most out of them. Shoot, the idea that's happening with Arizona and North versus South, how those tie in, man, that's beautiful right there. But
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So I mean,
you know who's part of the Arizona crew is John.
He is,
right? So if anybody can get John to come out here, it's Tim.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're together all the time.
Yep.
Or their crews are, whatever.
Before I forget,
and then Casey wants to take on Dustin Allen, who's the #1 super heavyweight in Arizona.
Okay. Yeah, Paul Stevens wants Tim Talmadge for North versus South 3. But I guess Tim has to win his match, though, against Wayne. Yeah.
That would be cool.
It would be cool. Yeah.
That would be so cool. Dude, that match the other day with Paul and Jody, and Jody's left hand dominant, right? I believe Paul's right hand dominant. right? I'm pretty sure. But the fact that that match went like that was so impressive, dude. And like, where was it? Oh, it was at the World Series qualifier. Like that day, I sat there and I was like, dude, Paul's different. Like I've been watching Paul since I started. Paul's different. He's different.
Yeah.
Stem cells work, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
He said it himself. He said once he took him, like the injury stuff that he was having, that he'd been having for a few years, it was non-existent anymore. And I mean, as an athlete, that makes all the difference in the world. Now you can show up at a true 100%, you know?
Definitely. Yeah. Recovery in this sport is so important. Definitely. Oh.
So Chris
right,
Kringle Pull, super excited. What? You're out of here?
We haven't even we haven't got to the best part yet. Do you want to go ahead and release it, Kane, or what?
And for the Kringle Pull?
You want to release what I sent you?
Oh, yeah. Okay. This is the best part, isn't it?
Is it actually?
I think it is.
What is it? Are we about to see?
Just getting. It's one of the best parts that we have planned.
Is it a person or is it something you're doing?
Well, if you give Kane 5 seconds.
Look, I'm impatient as hell. Even though he's pulling it up, just tell me, damn it. Okay.
Ooh.
Why does Voskin look like he's taking a poop? Mike, you got to crush Voskin, bro.
Voskin versus Linder. Super match.
Oh,
that's amazing. That's an amazing match.
It really, it's going to be great.
This is right-handed, right?
Right-handed.
Yeah,
okay. And it's first to 10? Best of 5?
Yeah.
It's best of 5, right?
Yeah, best of 5.
Right-handed, right?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
That's going to be so awesome because Linder cracked his protege David at the regional, right?
Yeah.
Now to go against the teacher. That's so awesome.
That white little.
And that's is Vosgin's experience going to come in? You know, is Mike going to crack through him round 1, and then what's going to happen round 2 and 3? Where's the technique, experience, and power going to come into play with this match?
I can tell you right now exactly what's going to happen. After the match, Vosgin's going to try to recruit Linder to his team. You better watch out.
Oh, no.
Linder's going to be over there with Vosgin, David, all them, bro. That's what's going to happen.
You
shot yourself in the foot.
You would never, Mike. Never. I don't think Mike would ever go for it because they're not going to let him smoke or drink over there.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, he might change the whole vibe. They all might end up smoking and drinking. I know Vosgin drinks.
Okay, well, because Mike's my friend, I don't want him to go over there. But if I'm actually thinking about wanting to be the best team in the state, then yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Join them and that influence, Mike, because not everybody can do what you do.
He said bad influence.
Make them alcoholics over there. Yeah.
They might want to just come and join Alpha then.
This is a win-win situation.
So this match right here is for sure gonna see if you're, in my eyes, ready for like Joseph out of Arizona, right? Like that Vosgin just lost to Joseph, and so like this is gonna tell like if you're ready for him.
Hold on, wait a minute. Were you at the regional at the World Series?
Me?
No, I know you were. I'm talking to Travis.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay. So you didn't see Linder crack David fresh for fresh. David beats Vosgin, bro. We already
does
know
he?
that Mike can stand with Joseph Williams. I'm
Oh,
just
that's
saying.
right. David
David
is
beats
ranked
Vazquez.
above
Yeah,
him
all
right
the time.
now. That's right.
So yeah, dude.
When was that?
Every time. Well, look at the
It was
rankings.
it
Why do
was
you
the
think David is number
qualifier,
No,
one?
no,
but
no.
Josh,
When?
but Josh,
No. When was that match?
Oh, what? A couple
2 months ago, 3 months ago.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But
Yeah.
this match still technically on paper makes the most sense because yes, fresh for fresh, Mike got the pin, but still David came back in the B bracket to get the win and place ahead of him.
That's only because Vresh got a hold of Linder before David got back to him. I watched it. I know what they did. They had a game plan. He
We
stared at
all
Mike
had to
Linder
pull
across
Fred.
the
It was-
room, and he went.
That's what happens in a tournament. But
Yeah.
that's this would on paper be the next step for Mike. 100%.
Anytime
for
you're
sure.
facing Vrej, just lay down and don't even burn yourself out. Just
I
lay
got
down.
Mike. Early predictions. I got Mike 3-1 on this match.
3-1.
That's gonna be the score. 3-1.
I like it.
Okay.
I think Bosnian's experience will let him get a pin in there. Just in case Mike is sleeping or he's not ready for this or that. But Mike, from what I've seen of him, he can make adjustments and he can pull inside and he can pull outside and he can take your hand and he can block in the center. So yeah, I think one maybe could slip by, but yeah, I see it 3-1.
Yeah.
What do you
know,
guys think?
I think 3-0.
3-0, Mike?
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
This
I love
is.
it.
I obviously want Mike. This is what I do know. This is me and Christian have asked Vazquez twice, right? We asked him initially just to kind of gauge interest because I really wanted this match. Gauging interest, asking Vazquez, hey, Vazquez, we want Linder to face you. Okay, I'm interested or whatever. We re-asked him again today. He sent a picture over. He's like, I'm in. We're doing it. So he's ready. He seems like he's like after that loss to Joseph, he seems like he's ready to come. So obviously I got Linder probably 3-1, but I'm just saying Vazquez's gonna be ready too. So after that loss to Joseph, I don't think Vazquez wants to lose again. So I guarantee you he's gonna be going super hard.
Training his ass
That
off.
loss to Joseph too. I mean, Joseph, like, it was a really ugly win, wasn't it? I mean, they were both.
I seen some fouls in there. I seen some fouls for sure.
No, not even the fouls. I'm talking about the straight, stretched out, like all the way open. Yeah, it wasn't no pretty win. It wasn't no. Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying from this is, like I said, I think Mike beats all them dudes.
I definitely want him to for sure.
And I really want the match to make, in my opinion, is David versus Mike Linder in a super match without the tournament, without the variables. That's the one I want to see.
So this is what I want, Mike. This is what I want. If you beat him, if you obviously beat Vazquez, I want you to call out David on the Kris Kringle stage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one thing about David, you might be able to coax him if it's on the spot, but he does not do super matches. He well, I tried to get him for one last year, and he would only see me in a tournament, but like it wasn't me specifically. He just said, yeah, it's he won't pull super matches.
You know, I really don't understand that with people. I really don't. Like, if you love the sport, you should love all facets of it. I mean, that's kind of like stepping in a boxing ring and being like, no, I don't want to do a full fight. Just a little bit.
Right.
You know, it's like, come on, dude. Like, the super match is the only real way to know who's better. I mean, when you meet in a tournament, there's all the variables.
You know, fresh for fresh. Super match, you fresh for fresh.
Yeah. Way. Yeah. As you're getting worn down against each other and combating between rounds, adjusting between rounds.
Right.
There's a lot of factors in a tournament. However, the only thing that I will give compassion or understand for those that only prefer to pull tournaments is they get really good, prefer to be really good at that format.
Like gas line things.
there's elements of efficiency in tournaments. You can be
Oh,
there's a lot of
absolutely.
guys that I respect that like that's their game and they know how to do that well. They know
Yep.
how to survive in a randomized weird bracket. They know how to be efficient and play that game. That's like what they want to be a tactician at. But I'm with you. I'm not arguing with you. That's like where I stand for me as a competitor. But I definitely get the reasons why people decide to be just good at that. I see them as being what specialists at wanting to be
Yeah.
one at a certain format, basically.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I get it for sure. Like everybody wants to play the race that they can win, right? And
Yeah.
and a lot of times people don't want to step outside of the comfort zone or try to learn a new thing, because if you've already learned to adapt to this premise or this way that this is, yeah, now we got to switch this all up and have a 5-round match with this guy and do all this. I mean, that, yeah, it definitely is different. But yeah, to add on to that, Don Mormon actually got back in the sport because he watched us doing super matches and he refed them and he was like, "What is this? What are you guys doing?" And he
Yeah.
was like so jazzed that he was like, "I want to try this." Yeah.
Yep.
So, and I guess the reason I'm saying it mostly is because you would have to. Everybody knows that super matches are where arm wrestling is going if arm wrestling is continuing growing, right? If it's not and we're staying tournaments, arm wrestling is going to stay where it has for the last 5 decades because they've been doing the same thing for 5 decades, right? So that's all fine and dandy, and I respect all the people's ways, and all that is great, but I'm just talking about we're trying to grow the sport and we know that it's growing. This is the way it's going. Like, so I guess it's kind of like that thing. You either hop on the train or get rolled over,
Right. Right. Yeah, I really want to try that sit down thing. I've been seeing Ray Cody's posts about wanting to get people to go train with him out there. And yeah, I'll just throw that out there, especially if you're on Facebook. Check out some of his posts on the California
Aren't
Arm.
you pretty close to him?
No, geographically, no. He's
Oh,
still like 3.5 hours out from me. He's a
wow.
little south of Bakersfield, but he's also, I think, a bit more east. I think the town he's wanting to train in is California City. So it's still it's quite a commute for me. And I'm down to travel for arm wrestling.
Well, you just let me know if
But
you're
to
going to
train,
go.
yeah.
If you're going to go ever to train and do that, let me know, because me and Johnny Salami have went there to Ray Cody's to train with him because he had nobody to go out there, right? And it's about the same distance for me. It's like 3 hours and 15 minutes. I don't mind. Like if there's a day or a time you plan it with him, let me know and I'll get a couple guys and we'll go meet you over there.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Find a
Make
time.
it like
I
a
mean,
full practice.
what a lot of people don't know about sit down arm wrestling, I think the first impression, if you've never done it, is that it's like a lazier way of arm wrestling or something, but it's not.
That's right.
It completely changes the game. It's very difficult to be a top roller in sit down arm wrestling. You can top roll, but it's a very different style of top roll. I would say a lot more forward. But yeah, you gotta be Armstrong
Who is that?
down arm. Yeah, what is that?
It's not me.
Linder, is that you?
It is Linder.
There's
We've been getting
Linder.
some weird alien noises from you. Gosh.
That was
But
his meditation, getting ready for walking. He's
very,
all,
oh yeah. Yeah, very Armstrong style of arm wrestling, sit down arm
yeah,
wrestling.
Christian Zapata has one,
Yep.
and he brought one to one of the arm fests.
Yeah.
And I sat down and tried it. Yeah, and I noticed right away. I feel like maybe just the way I pull or whatever with my right arm is very easily transferable to sit down because I'm a lot inside and side pressure, and that's like all you could really use on that thing. Plus,
Right.
when you go to the sit down nationals, you have to have one butt cheek on the seat at all times. So it's kind of the same thing as a hand on a peg. Like you can't just stand up off it or anything. You have to keep your butt on the seat and pivot a certain way, which there's not much pivot because your legs from the waist down are kind of just staying there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a lot different.
Yeah.
But
your
really
body
cool.
weight's thrown out of the equation. You can't throw that back and down for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it just feels weird if you're used to training typical arm wrestling. Yeah, Paul was mentioning how his match was kind of thrown in the last minute with Mike, but it was definitely a good fair win. But it sounds like he wants to train more for Jody. Atlantis IRL says you guys have a chill podcast to listen to while I'm multitasking and such. Thank you. It's become a weekly thing for me now that even though I just lurk. I love it. Yeah, good to have
The
you
lurker.
here. And Katie says she likes 3-1 for Linder versus Vosgin. The Drew says that's Mike's phone vibrating. Oh, okay. Okay. I prefer to think it's aliens training him. Yeah, somewhere out there in Andromeda. We've got the Drew saying Mr. Zebra Pants, Christian Zepeda. Yes, sir. We all love it.
Hey, here's a little arm wrestling trivia for you. Who started the zebra pants in arm wrestling? Yeah,
Monster.
you got it.
Monster.
Yeah, you got it. Stand up, Rich.
Oh yeah. Richard.
Yep.
Lupke.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Almost like the same exact pant that
Yeah.
Christian wears. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
And Christian's got some pretty badass zebra straps now that he's slanging online. Everyone go check out Christian Zepeda on Instagram or Facebook, or you can look up the Compound Arm Wrestling team.
Hey, do you know something? Sorry, I'm always
you're
all
good.
about this stuff like this, but do you know Christian fishes? He's an avid fisherman. He goes for the trophy bass and stuff, right? Like Don Mormon. Do you know that Christian used to follow Don Mormon when he was a young kid, way before he ever, and they knew each other from fishing, and then way later they meet each other in arm wrestling. Yeah, it's like so cool, dude. Like they already knew each other from fishing. Like Christian would message Don all the time and ask him this and that and stuff about this bait or that bait, and he followed all of Don's interviews and all the stuff Don used to do, and then boom, fast forward, and they both end up arm wrestling as well together. That's super cool, man.
Yeah, it's a small world, and it's so easy to kind of like spread out within our community. A lot of people probably wouldn't travel much if it wasn't for arm wrestling, or have friends in other states and even other parts of our own state. I truly believe that. Harold Radin was the one who brought Jamie Barrett out last night to the practice, and he came up to me and, like, I don't really like, I'm not that close with Harold, but he says to me, my daughter was talking to her friend, and they're from San Diego, and they were talking about arm wrestling, and her friend's like, oh, I know an arm wrestler named Kane. And yeah, apparently it was a very close friend of mine from like my childhood or something like that. Yeah. And
Awesome.
but just connected through arm wrestling, 2 counties apart, which is awesome. Yeah, I know for sure, like I wouldn't travel as much if it wasn't for arm wrestling. Yep. A lot of us
At
can stay way up
Anaheim
and
last year, not this year, but last year, and we had only been doing the show like 4 or 5 months by that time. Anaheim last year, when I was there, I had 2 people come up to me and be like, "Hey, you're the guy that does that show with the other guy." They didn't know my name, but they do the show. And I was like, "That's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome." I was like, "Yeah, I'm one of those guys." Yeah, and then Casey, he actually had a couple kids come up to him and be like, "Hey, I've seen you do the slap fight and all that stuff, and you arm wrestle too." And yeah, it's super cool, man. It's super cool, like how I guess I don't know, you don't realize that there's people doing the same thing you did when you started, watching every video and watching everything and searching everything, and now you're part of that, of what's being searched, right, or looked up. Just like Caleb, like way before I met him, I watched like so many tournaments, and this guy's like with the beanie, like doing all this, and I was like, that guy's exciting, right?
Yeah.
Come to find out, he lives in my own backyard, and we train together now all the time, you know. So
Yeah,
it's just super cool how this sport is, and it links you with people, and yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I hope if we reach all of our goals in this sport organizationally and all of that, propping it up, I hope we never lose that part. I think it's a very cool part of this sport.
Oh yeah.
And I don't think we will. Part of me thinks like we could lose some accessibility if, we do have the high enough level to where people, arm wrestlers contracted to a network or something like that. There might be limitations, but the simple fact that in our sport, to be at a high level, you kind of have to travel. You kind of like to like still stay at a high level. A lot of them, they need to grip up with as many people possible. But yeah, like I don't think any of them would want to be contracted to the point where they're having to only train in a bubble, a few individuals or something like that. But you don't see Levon getting around like, the planet making his rounds like Devin does. I think he's pretty much got his tight-knit crew over there.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's kind of, yeah, I mean, each person has their own. I think Devin loves the sport more than he loves to be number one.
Yeah.
Right. And then there's certain people who only care about being the champ or whatever. That's probably why. And then also ET, why he was starting that arm wrestling across America thing. Obviously, they had their baby, and but that's like only done by people who actually just enjoy the conversation and meeting people and all that, right? And not everybody is like that. So yeah, it's cool to have those contrasting views and ways that people are. Yeah,
definitely. So my super match this Saturday is against a 220 guy. I don't know if you guys know him because I don't. His name is Stephen Williams. No, I think he's at a grinder, and apparently he's been pulling somewhere around how like 5 years, I think.
You have a picture of him?
He's on Instagram.
And you've never seen him? Like, is he an active competitor or?
So apparently, like, I saw some videos of him. He was at King of Cali. I'm already trolling him to kind of like see his style and stuff. Where are you, Kyle? There you are. Okay.
I'm gonna have to gain some weight. I didn't know that I could come in at 220 for our 1st to 10 match. I'm getting back up there. Fuck that.
That's okay. You look better that way in a dress. So here he is against Zawacki. I guess he's the black hat. You guys know him?
Why does that look like Caleb? It looks like Caleb Bear, don't it?
what what's his name? Gurky. It almost looks like Gurky.
So are you facing the guy in the white or the black?
The white. He actually got a pin. Here, yeah, here's the one where he gets a pin on Zawacki.
Right or left?
This
Ooh,
is
right-handed.
that right-handed? And in the hook, that's pretty impressive. But this is King Cali 2 years ago,
That's
or
when Zawacki was barely getting back into it.
yeah, February of last year.
Yeah, Zawacki right now is way different than he was then.
Okay. Well, either way, Kyle thinks, way to decide that it should be close some like in
Kyle who? You?
Depew,
He's
yeah.
the one who set it up?
He trains with Kyle, yeah.
3-0 Kane. 3-0.
Shit.
Yeah, I don't really see
I should ask Kyle if he wants a super match.
Oh, you want one with Kyle?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Would you come down this weekend for it?
No. Not this weekend. I have prior engagements.
Okay.
We'll be over at McGraw's. We have
Damn, all these
good.
super matches getting thrown around. I'm feeling left out here.
Yeah, you already have a super match. What do you mean?
No, I got one November 2nd.
November Friendsgiving.
Yeah,
Who
I
you
got one with
facing? Andrew again?
Auden.
Oh, Aiden?
Yeah.
The Craigs are coming down on Friendsgiving?
No, Auden. Auden.
Who's that?
He's the
He's Kevin Larrett's son.
No, he's
Are you talking about my teammate Alden?
Alden, there you go. My bad.
Salazar?
Apologies. Yeah, Alden Salazar.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's the one that might be coming to the
Okay.
I think he's coming out in Kane.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
I got a match with him on November 2nd.
He's a good arm
okay.
wrestler.
He's
Yeah.
he's really the thing. Like I said, I don't think anybody uses their weight better than he does. Like he doesn't use his arm like 90% of people do. Like this guy uses his whole frame,
Yeah.
and it's so impressive, and it's very very hard to really arm wrestle against. Like he uses his whole frame so well. It's very very impressive. So yeah, I mean, I have to work out to try to keep up with him because he uses it so well. I mean, he's really. I think. I mean, every time I see him, every time I watch videos, I'm like, he's getting stronger and stronger. I'm like, if I sit back for 5 seconds, I feel like I won't even remotely have a shot, right? So
You want me to tell you how to beat him? I'll tell you how
Yeah.
to beat him right now.
Yeah.
Go into a hook.
Oh, I mean, my hook's feeling really good right now.
I'm telling you. Look, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You ask Alden and he'll tell you where he feels like he learned most of his arm wrestling stuff from, and he'll tell you my badass.
And look at like everybody knows I'm obviously not fast, right? So obviously if he beats me to the spot, he beats me to the spot. But like if he gets me in a hook, I don't see him beating me in a hook.
Not only do you want to hook him, but you want to grab him a little lower on his hand and crank down here, because Alden has a lot of this.
Oh yeah, he does.
And
that guy has a lot of that.
You can engage these two fingers here on his wrist bone and pull him down like that. You're going to stop it.
Yeah. So
that'll stop it at the center of the table.
I've been working on some stuff. I mean, I've definitely been working on some things that I feel like have been leveling me up lately, for sure. So, and then I do have a match at the Kringle Pull. So, me and I'll drop the flyer, but I'll go ahead and share that one right now. Me and Benji at the Kringle Pull.
Fucking shit. I think
Hey.
I like that match a little bit better. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Only
I mean,
because, like, well, I don't know. How long have you been arm wrestling? A couple years or 1 year?
a year and a half.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you and Alden are about the same amount of time.
Yeah. So, I mean, he uses his frame way better than I do. That's for sure. I mean, if I use my frame like that, I mean, I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
yeah, I think
he did a ton of gym work for quite a few years before he ever hit an arm wrestling table. Alden. So he's very familiar with his musculature and using his body way before he ever even arm wrestled. And day one, like no joke, I told everybody on my team, this guy right here is going to be special. And that was right at the beginning, just because he had, like you said, the movement and of his whole body, and everything was together with him. Nothing moved separately, like nothing moved one at a time.
Everything's one. It's one connection. The way he moves his entire body, and the way he arm wrestles, the way he uses his frame reminds me exactly of Caleb. So, I mean, the way he just shoots back, I mean, it's like looking in the mirror. I mean, him and Caleb for sure. So, I mean, there's no other arm wrestlers in California that arm wrestle like those two, in my eyes, and they both come from the north. So obviously that says something. So, yeah, I mean, great job to the people training them for sure.
You know what the north is known for in arm wrestling, right?
Top rollers, I guess. Shoot.
Yeah. Literally, if you look it up on Google, it will tell you that Mike McGraw is one of the best top rollers in the history of the sport. And the West Coast specifically was known back then for hand dominance. And as you move towards the East Coast, it's more raw strength and side pressure and different style of pulling. Hence the name Armbenders. When they started their team, they were all about taking a hand. They still are. To this day, that's what they are known for. You have your outliers like Danny and stuff that likes to pull inside and do all that, but Danny can still take a hand, no problem. Yeah.
I've never arm wrestled Danny, but I would
definitely stress that up there. And it's kind of interesting because you have like your newer teams, newer compared to them, like Alpha, you guys, and Derek has like his way of doing it where everybody starts in a hook and you work that way for a couple years or whatever, a while, until everything is kind of working. Up there, they are all about the fight in the center of the table. Like, they will not let you pin somebody. When you go up there to practice, if you're trying to pin somebody, they're going to stop you and say, no, don't worry about the pin, worry about your position. And that's what they're going to teach you. And you're going to continue to work on that until the center of the table, you're able to do this and take whatever you want. And that's why the guys' hands are so amazing up there. It's just different than anywhere you go. Like, as far as that style of pulling.
Yeah. You could definitely feel it when you arm wrestle them. So, yeah, I mean, I got 2 matches that I'm definitely, preparing for.
So Caleb's next after Alden and Benji?
Shit. I mean,
Caleb's in the 220 class now, it looks like.
I don't know about all that. No, he's cutting to 165 for Olympia.
I know. I'm talking smack. When he came to Big Bear, I was telling him, man, dude, I ain't never seen you with cheeks. Boy, his face was puffy. Yeah.
190 pounds or something like that. I'm like, God damn. I was like, where'd that come from? But no,
it's that about to be daddy weight.
No, you know what? Who knows? Maybe in 2 years when he has a few more kids, maybe I'll be like, hey, you want to have a match since you haven't been training for 2 years? But yeah, maybe at that point I'll be like, hey, Caleb, I think it's time now. I've been training, you haven't.
That's what me and Don joke about all the time, because like I breed French bulldogs, right? And Don got a Frenchie from me. And ever since he's had the Frenchie, he's all, this was your plan, huh? To give me this little puppy so I get weak. That's what you did. And I'm like, yeah, Don, that was my plan. So that's our little joke. Like I gave him the dog to make him puppied instead of strong.
No, yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard sometimes to find that time. I've been trying to find that time lately. Obviously, we got some events coming up, so I'm like, hey, I can't get killed at these events. I got to train a little bit, but it's really hard sometimes when you got kids and family time, and it's like to really put that time in. Everybody's like, oh, I don't want to hear excuses. Well, talk to me when you got 3 kids and a puppy and all that other shit. So then we'll say, oh yeah, it's not that fucking hard. Yeah, okay. Find that time. So it's like, we find this hour or two, whatever, we're on this call, right? This is my time to work out. I've been working out obviously the last hour, but yeah, even sitting with just static holds, I mean, you got to make some kind of difference. But
that's the one thing that I've changed since I talked to Bresh and Devit at the regional.
Static holds.
Devit said out of his own mouth, like that's all the training that he does besides arm wrestling and pull-ups is static hold with a dumbbell out here in front of you where it's a little opened up for a minute and a half. And Bresh apparently feels that if you can hold 120 pounds for a minute and a half out here in front of you, that you are elite level strength.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, that's a long time.
It's a good marker to kind of know if I can do this, relatively, my arm is in a certain place. And you watch Bresh, and it's kind of how he pulls everybody. He just static holds them and just kind of smiles and
dad mode. He dad modes them. So, no, for sure. I mean, that's kind of what it is. But side note, if you guys know anybody, I think we have probably like 3 more spots we want to fill. Because whoever takes the super match, we want 3 more high level super matches potentially for the Kris Kringle. We want to obviously make it appetizing for people. So I'm having a match with Benji. We got Vosgen and Linder. We're gonna have a juniors match, which is gonna be Elijah. Elijah's earned this match with his performance at East versus West. I mean, not East versus North versus South. He definitely earned it with that comeback performance. So he's getting a match. And then who else is getting a match? Oh, yeah.
Who's Elijah having a match with?
I forget the kid's name, so I don't want to speak out of turn. But yeah, when I get the name.
Is he up north?
No, he's from down here. He is, I guess he's arm wrestled him at like a practice, and he's on, let me find the guy's name. He's on Alan Hodsey's team. Oh, his name's Matt. He's on Alan Hodsey's team. I guess he's like 16, 17 years old as well.
Is he Hispanic?
Matt. His name's Matt. I don't know if he's Hispanic, Russian. I don't know. I don't know what ethnicity he is, to be honest. He's on Alan Hodsey's team.
Dude, when you said that, I thought that was your answer to Kane's question. You're all, his name's Matt.
I know, me too. I was like, what do you think, right? Hey, I've seen stranger things. I've heard.
Yeah, I know, right?
But no, yeah, there was somebody he pulled recently that's pretty young. At one of our practices.
So I guess he pulled him at like a Bruheim type of event, and I guess they were like really close to one another. Alan asked Matt if he's interested. I guess Matt said he's really interested. And so I guess he's training for Elijah for this event. So I didn't want to release this next super match until the flyer goes out, but this one is going to be my favorite match personally. Yes, I want the Vosgen Linder match, but to me, I think this will be the most entertaining match of the night. And it's going to be Mike Brown versus Travis Jourdain.
Ah.
Yeah, it's going to be entertaining because Mike's going to play with his food and talk a lot of crap.
Yeah, that's how it's gonna go down.
I
Yeah.
think Travis, after actually beating Mike in the Big Bear tournament, I think he deserved to have this match, and I think Mike wants this back as well. So I think it's gonna be like, I think it's gonna be great, to be honest. Like, Travis got the win on him in the tournament. Sure, Mike was tired or whatever the case was.
No. It was a seeded tournament. Mike only faced pros. Travis only faced amateurs until they met. So you can say that one had a much harder path. But I'll tell you right now, it's going to be 3-0 Mike. No problem.
No,
I'll put $100 on. Anybody wants to bet.
I agree.
I'm right there. I'm right there with you. But I think
Yeah.
Travis can surprise people for sure. That side pressure is a lot to deal with. Linder did
You
face
just
both
like
of
him because you share the same name.
Linder. Hey, check it out. Check it out. Linder faced both of those guys, so Linder could give you actually his opinion on this.
All right,
match.
Linder, who wins that match?
Well, I think probably Mike Brown's experience is gonna win, but Travis does have some serious side. If you let him, if I let him,
Kinda lame.
just
Yeah.
I let him get where he wanted to get, and if he gets where he wants to be, he's strong. But I don't know, fresh for fresh, I think Mike should be able to pull through that.
Yeah.
Well, you know the saying in
Travis
life, not
definitely
everybody
needs
gets to where they want to be, but they always get to where they need to be. Where he needs to be is pin pat. Mike's going to put him there quickly.
I don't think it's going to be as quick as you think, though. I don't think it's
No,
going to be.
listen, it's going to be as quick as Mike Brown wants it to be, but he is going to stretch that win out as much as possible. I know Mike.
And that's what we
He's going
want
to
to
look
see.
in his soul and he's going to say, "Hey, Travis, you remember Big Bear? Don't ever think that's going to happen again, buddy. I just trained last night. I just drove 6 hours to get here. I haven't even eaten no food, and this is what I'm doing to you. Everything that you're doing in your training, you need to change it." That's what he's going to do to him.
But that's what we want to see, right? That's what.
Yeah,
That's
Of
what
course we do.
That's what we're going there for. That's why Mike's on the card, and that's why Travis is on the card. Because
What was the best part about Kringle Pull last year? It was the, "Oh, don't come on, Kane." That was the fucking best part. When he looked to the crowd and told them, "Don't say come on, Kane." It was amazing. I was like, "Oh shit. Oh dude." I felt bad for you, Kane. I love you, but damn, it was fucking
I don't
funny.
care. I'd beat that big bully today. I think I got Caleb's number too. I don't care. And that's how this sport goes, because I believe that you don't know that with Travis. All it takes is for Mike to, like, his monologue to run 2 sentences too long. And
Travis has some endurance for sure.
Yep. And we don't know what can happen between now and December with Travis.
he is training with the Armenians, so
Yep.
Well, yeah, he trains with Scott, dude. He trains with Scott Wynn. I mean, and the Armenians, but Scott
It could be
especially.
the
I mean,
smallest adjustment or smallest preparation that they help him with.
all right, I'll put $50 on it. You're changing my mind.
he's going down in price.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that.
He's going down in price.
Sorry, Mike. I don't know, Mike. I'm not as confident in you anymore. You're taking too long. Get it over with. We need to change that match. Mike Linder versus Travis.
That's funny.
No, that's going to be a great match. So you're right. I mean, Jourdain definitely does have a charismatic personality about him, something and eccentric as well. And then so does Mike. Right? They both have personalities about them. They both kind of like to talk crap in their own way. And yeah, I mean, Linder's right as well. I've felt Travis's hand. He definitely he's strong. He has some strength for sure. I'm sure they wouldn't be having the match if they both didn't feel like they can win.
Yeah, and like I said, Travis thinks he could beat him, and Mike Brown thinks he's gonna kill him. So obviously, we both. I personally, after seeing what I've seen I knew Mike was tired. Mike just had a super match with ET 3 days before the Big Bear tournament. So, I mean, I'm sure they went wars and hours with each other because Mike's not going to drive all the way down to ET for 20 minutes. Like he's going to be there for 3 hours. So, I mean, that's what, a 3-4 hour drive for Mike all the way to Palm Springs. So,
4 or 5.
yeah, I mean, think about that, right? I mean, he wasn't definitely not fully recovered for that Big Bear tournament by any means, especially pulling on such short notice. And obviously, I knew that. And who knows? Maybe Travis didn't know that. So him accepting the match, he's like, okay, well, maybe I could take him on after what I felt in that tournament. So so look, it doesn't matter if you lose to somebody, even if you are fatigued, it's still there. It's still in your head. So it might be like, oh, I'm gonna fucking kill him, but it's still there. A loss is a loss. Like if I go on a match with somebody in a tournament and I've lost to them before, I'm like, okay, like even if you feel like you were not at your best, the loss is still in your head. So yeah. And that's the only reason why I think there's a 5% chance that Travis has a shot.
There's always a chance.
Hey, if you're like they say, if you're a boxer, there's always that one punch, right? So, yeah, I mean, we both know both those guys will be training super hard, but like I said, that's gonna be one of my favorite matches that I want to see just by the comics of it. I think that's gonna be very entertaining. And if Mike feels something on the table, and hey, who knows? But like I said, Travis has he really has great side pressure. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, a lot.
Personally, for me, like judging a tournament after round 1 or 2 is very similar to judging practice pulls for me because of the variables. Like you cannot if you're pulling, right, Travis, in the same class as me, and your first 2 matches are Ole and David, right? And my first 2 matches are some random amateur guys that nobody knows or whatever. We can probably say that I had a much easier path to get to the finals than you did, right? And then if I beat you after you just fucking had wars with these guys, can I really think that I could beat you, or should I really think that I could beat you? Like that's what it is for me. Like just because there's so many nuances and things that change with tournaments. That's why I love these super matches. When you do super matches, no question, dude. You got 3 chances.
And that's why I said let's set it up and let's really eliminate the elephant in the room, right? Like so, like that's what this match is really about.
100%. I love it.
Now, me and the Benji match, I love Benji. I got nothing against Benji. This is just to get on the poster board, to be honest. So,
you wanted to be on your own poster board?
Hell yeah, I did. It's gonna be in theaters.
But who does that, bro?
Obviously, I do.
Obviously, you do. I got $100 on Benji right now.
What's up?
Are you going on your T-shirt too?
Now.
You going on the T-shirt too?
Absolutely, I'm going on the T-shirt.
Hey, look at, he's probably telling us that it's over the top playing on the screen. It's gonna be this fucking dude's home video in the garage. That's what's playing on the big screen. Him fucking doing his little lips and shit. He's gonna be like, yeah, look at that.
No, you know what? You gotta something like this. Like when I talked to the guy at the movie theater, the director, and he's like, hey, you guys are going to get your own poster board. Just bring me in it's a 24x40. Bring me in the 24x40 and we'll put it in this plastic encasing, like movie coming soon type of thing. I'm like, I wasn't going to take a match until I heard that, to be honest. I was like, okay, we're going to get our own poster board. I'm like, I'm in. I'm getting a match. So, I just think it's really cool. And then we got Travis coming, obviously. Travis Bajent.
Just so you know, I'm going to troll your ass so hard if I really fucking see that poster board. If I see that poster board, I'm walking around to everybody saying that guy's not even an arm wrestler. He's the guy doing this event. He just put his face on there. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to fucking have everybody mad at you. Fucking shit.
Hey, you can't be denied.
Give me a match and put me on the damn poster.
I can't be denied if I put my name Wrist Cracker underneath. You can't be lying to people like that, all right?
Yeah. Hey, look, you can't be lying to people. Tell them you're cracking wrist. Huh? I think I think your other name fits better. Get cracked. That's your fucking name.
Oh shit.
Well, if there was ever going to get a wrist crack, you might crack Benji's. So you could actually, put wrist cracker down on that. It might happen.
That's true. We might have to call you wrist flopper. Oh, look at the baby. You're such a smiley baby.
Hey,
Oh,
there's
Dad.
gonna be no denying it come December, so I'll be ready. Keep
She's such
talking,
an
Josh. Keep talking,
intelligent
Josh.
kid, Kane.
I'm gonna get you in 10 rounds too.
The what?
I said keep talking. I'll have the 10 rounds with you too.
You and me?
Next year.
Dude, next year I'm going to be 1 year stronger, but you don't want to do that. If you do that, you'll never want to talk to me again. Don't do that. You won't even answer the phone if I call you. You'll be like, "No, that's that guy that fucking embarrassed me in front of everybody." You don't want to do that, bro. 10 rounds? You want me to beat you 10 times in a row? How about just a couple?
Chris Kringle 2025. I'll see you there.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. 185 cap.
185 cap?
Yeah.
All right. That works for me. I got 20 pounds to work with. You don't want to see me 20 pounds bigger, Josh.
You don't want to see me 13 pounds slimmer. Okay? Oh, look. See, even though Dad thought you were hilarious, Travis. Oh, Dad, he thinks he can win. See? Never. She just told
Who are
you.
you rooting for, Odette? Who's gonna win?
Look, she leaned this way. That means she's talking about me.
Wait, who are we laughing at? Are we laughing at him or him? Which one? Him
Point.
or
Both. Big beard.
She's awesome.
She says we're laughing at the guy who looks like Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Only on one side.
Bro.
Hey, Josh, at least I don't got to pay for a Santa Claus.
Yeah.
No, you don't. You don't.
He'd be.
And I got a fucking belly. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry, Kane. I got a belly that's like a bowl full of jelly. So I fit the whole description.
That's got a mouth like a sailor. You're good.
You'll save me a few $100
trying to
if you
drink
step
off
in
our
as
beer.
Santa.
The what? What'd you say?
I said you'll save me a few $100 if you're going to step in as Santa.
You want me to be Santa?
Absolutely. I mean, I'll save me.
If you have the costume, I will do it.
I got the costume.
Then I will do it.
Josh would be
100%.
a great Santa.
Josh,
100%.
I need you for a smooth 3 hours.
I'm gonna be there all day, bro.
I know, but
In the suit.
I'll be in the suit all day. I'll stay in the suit all day.
I told the director that, we'll set up an area to where even people coming in to see like movies, not just for our event, will that can take pictures and be like, hey, smile, kiss babies, etc.
Yeah, you've got like the authentic beard for this. It'd be perfect. Yeah, the best Santa I ever saw was at Sky Park up here in the mountain. We have a place that goes all out on Christmas, and this dude they aged his suit and gave him like it looked like a Gandalf staff or something like that. Kind of like if like Santa is for real. Like, he looked like the real Santa Claus. Yeah. Yeah.
Like
not
a wizard.
like that.
Bring a couple of well, I guess that's probably can't do that.
Hey,
I was gonna say bring some dogs, throw some antlers on there, but it's a movie theater.
Hey, we're gonna get you. I got a nice suit, Josh. We're gonna get you a Christmas tree. We're gonna get some presents set up next to you and everything.
Boots.
So I'm telling you right now, like 100%, you can lock me in, and I will wear that suit for you all day, no problem.
Let's go, because that just saved me $400.
Good. Put that back towards the arm wrestlers or whatever.
Does he
you
get
gotta
a
do.
super match? He should have a super match. Santa gets a super match.
Well, I would love to.
Well, he's calling me the Grinch, but apparently him and I already have a best of 10 at Mountain King.
We can do Santa versus an
you
elephant.
don't have the best of 10 as the Grinch and Santa.
I don't have the persona to
Look,
be
at least
to be a Grinch.
if you do the Grinch thing with me at Kringle, you could have a chance to avenge the first to 10 loss.
You know who the best Grinch is in the entire arm wrestling community, probably in the world. Come on. Who is it?
Who is that?
Come on, you know the answer.
You're saying Jamie?
No.
Oh,
He
okay.
was a great one last year, but come on, let's think of like which arm wrestler is our best
Hold
Grinch?
on. Are we talking California or outside of California?
I think he'd be the best in the world of arm wrestlers, but yeah,
No, are we talking about
California.
somebody that lives in California?
California.
Eric
Tom
Lindell.
Nelson.
Okay.
Mike,
It's got to be a lightweight who's very
Mike?
tall and a dick, especially at arm wrestling.
You think Mike
Mike?
Brown is the best Grinch?
He'd be the best Grinch. Mike Brown is your Grinch.
He definitely has a sinister. And you know what's funny is, like, me and
But
Mike
he's got
have
a
this
match
thing
already.
where we always arm wrestle each other. Every time we see each other, we're on the table for a good while, just going back and forth.
Yeah.
But
Hold
yeah,
on.
I would rather pull somebody my weight, personally.
So who's at your?
But I guess wait,
Thank
Mike
you,
is
Grinch.
like gaining weight and getting bigger, but he already has a match. But that match isn't really a match; it's an easy match. I mean, me beating Mike. What about me versus Christian Cabahug rematch? He'd be a good Grinch. He's like the nicest guy in the world. It just doesn't even mix.
Okay.
Hey Kane, I just sent you a picture which would be a great Grinch. I mean, you got to post that picture up for everybody.
Oh, here we go. See, I was right? Okay, hold on. Oh my God. So good. So good. I can't make it. Okay, hold on. Let's see.
what's the other evil Santa? Krampus?
Krampus. That'd be sick. I'd probably be a much better Krampus than I would a Santa.
Technically, that's not Santa, though. That's the demon that comes and gets little kids that are naughty. Not Santa.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we know who our Krampus is then. Yeah.
Give me some little like goat legs and stuff. Yeah, do it.
if I had goat legs, I'd be in the 145.
Bro. Why why is there a picture online of this pose? Please blow that up and everybody put it on your page right now. What the hell?
Those are like the thinnest legs I've. What the hell is going on there?
Yeah.
I think my calf is as big as his thigh in that picture.
That's
I think
so
Zoolander. I think that's Zoolander's when he looks back.
Oh yeah. Maybe it is.
Is that our Grinch?
I'm telling you, man, that's it. But I know that he's got a match already. But maybe he'd be willing to do something after his match. But I mean, there's got to be somebody around your weight too.
Oh, they don't have to.
I know
They
there's
could be
Christian
whatever.
Cabahug, but I too think of him as just like the nicest guy, who's just a total character that would really get into that. Jamie did a great.
Ricky?
Ramos?
Yeah.
I could see that. I could also see Lorenzo Munoz.
Lorenzo would be really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Lorenzo wants that rematch with me. That'd be great.
Okay. Yeah, Lorenzo would definitely be good for
And
that.
you got it. You got Lorenzo's number right now. So I mean, Santa winning would make all the kids obviously happy, of course, as usual.
Yeah, he would do it for sure.
But yeah, I mean, great ideas for sure. Yeah, that was a fun one. The Grinch versus Santa last year. A little theatrical, of course. But yeah, Josh, thanks for stepping up on that one for
Yeah,
sure.
no problem. Thank you for the opportunity, brother. I love supporting like-minded individuals in our sport for sure. And if
Yeah,
I can help save your event some money and you know it be more beneficial for you and the arm wrestlers involved, then I'm all in.
yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. Um, I think that's all I got.
So one thing, since you guys are looking for more super matches for the event, and I've been thinking about when I'm going to call out Santino, you know, pending Santino's decision on, you know, how he feels after Worlds, you know, we can do the match between me and Santino.
I would for sure like to see that. So you got to let me know ASAP. Like I said, I got 3 more spots, and that is something I would definitely be interested in adding to that card for sure.
I'm not going
Why
to
don't you? What about Kelvin?
No,
well,
Well, I mean, Kelvin's #1 in California right now.
Christian's gonna take that very soon.
Christian, what do you mean? Christian doesn't do super matches.
Christian Zepeda is taking. He's gonna take his rank November 2nd
so he is.
November 2nd. Where?
at the
Where?
Friendsgiving.
Yeah, you can't take no rank in a damn practice.
Who says?
The rankings.
Yeah,
Are you gonna have certified refs there?
I don't know.
Nope. Yeah, that's not fair to everybody else.
Hey, I'm just saying. Christian called out Kelvin. Kelvin accepted. So I'm not the guy to talk
You
to
better
about
do that at the Kringle Pull then, where you know that it'll count.
I mean, if need be, yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and call out Kelvin. I don't mind that match at all. Do that match tomorrow. So if you know that's if I can just go ahead and do that, then yeah. But I thought the understanding was climbing the ranks.
Yeah, that is the understanding. You're supposed to go 1 spot above, at least for these rankings that we established for North versus South and moving forward, because the whole idea for the belt and all that is that you only face the #1 contender. You don't just get to face somebody walking off the street that's like, I want to jump to #1.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not the guy you talk to about that. All right. I'm just the guy having a friend's. I'm just the guy having
we're
a
on
friend's
live
meeting.
right now. Everybody can see. And not to mention, everybody already heard this before North versus South. They already knew the way it was.
Right.
That's why Danny remembers. Yeah. And you have to work your way up the ladder. So that means that Christian would have to face somebody in the top, whatever it is, 17. Like he'd have to probably start at the bottom.
But then if he's in a tournament though and he beats,
if he's in a tournament, that's all completely different. If he's in a tournament with refs and they're counting it for the California Arm Wrestling League thing, yes. But specifically for the North versus South belt, you will only be able to face the #1 contender. I won't let the 7 guy come and jump over 6'5", 4'3" just to face #1. That's totally not fair to everybody else that's put in the work. And that's kind of, you know, a lot of the things that Kane and I have talked about over the last year and a half on this show is making things much more solidified to where everything is very real, right? Where there's no questions. Because there's a lot of questions when the number 10 guy shows up at a tournament and he faces the tired number 3 guy and beats him real quick. Like I said, the variables, and now he's number 3. He just skipped all these other people that he probably can't beat. So yeah, you have to try to take that into account.
No,
But
yeah,
if they meet in a tournament,
I totally agree. I totally agree.
Yeah.
Hey, I trust me, I didn't know that. If I would have known that, I would have said, "Hey, no." So obviously, I'll obviously let them know. But hey, Kelvin should have known that too. So, I mean,
Right.
so
well,
I
look,
mean,
Kelvin didn't
that's
even
not
know
the
he
way
was at
things have
North
been.
or South when he was there. He was like, "Hey, where am I?"
Yeah, that's not the way things have been done, and people aren't used to the Ultimate Contender format in our sport. So it's not like, it's gonna take steps, and North for South is definitely a good platform to do things like that and get people a little bit used to it.
Yeah.
But I agree, it's definitely the way to go. It's what we need to get to for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Across the board with all the weight classes. I mean, wherever you're sitting right now, like Kane, let's say you're number 6, right? Well, your next match should be against number 5, or you accepting number 7, and those should be the matches, like, until you continue to climb up to that spot. Because now, once you reach that number 1 spot or the number 1 contender, you know that you beat number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
And so there's no question that you deserve the shot for the belt.
this is what I think. Like, look, trust me, I'm the guy that wants to see something interesting. I want to see, like, if you're a number 1 guy, I feel like, let's say for instance, you're a number 10 guy or whatever the case is. Well, if I'm that number 1 spot, I'm going to say, hey, okay, well, you want to jump all these people, you want to face me, I'm the number 1 guy, you think you could beat me? It's going to take $500 to face me as the number 1 guy if you want to jump all these people, type of thing, right? Like, that's the way I would.
And listen, you are exactly right, and it should be that way because that's the way that Derek does it. If somebody wants a super match for his number 1 spot, they have to pay money, they have to pay for his travel and his hotel.
Absolutely.
So why shouldn't Kelvin be the same now that he's number 1, or whatever, or whoever else?
He should charge and say, hey, it's $100, $200, $500, whatever his price is.
But see, look, now if we're getting down to details and all this, at the same time, yeah, they met at a tournament, but Kelvin didn't face Santino, Danny, or Manny Martinez either, right? He got to skip them 3 and go straight to number 1 because he met Brandon in a tournament.
Kelvin did pull me, and I beat him.
No, I'm talking about at the Big Bear.
Oh yeah, Big Bear.
Yeah,
where he got that number 1 spot. Like, he only pulled Brandon that day.
Yeah, I didn't get to make it.
That was like a super match, though. I mean, that match was really like a super match. So I mean, it wasn't just.
Well, it was. Yeah, it was best of 3. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't just like a one time he beat him. He beat him like in a super match style. So I mean, just both those guys showed up at that tournament that day. I mean, that was just that's how the cards fell, really. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's
why I think that the rankings are amazing, but the rankings that we currently have are a beautiful thing that Caleb's created, but I think that's suited specifically for tournaments. Just the way the rankings are, the way the different variables and things that can happen are, that's suited for tournaments. I think that what I'm talking about is specifically for super matches. Like, it's specifically for that, like a boxing match. I have a 6-week training camp to train against Linder because I know that he's my match in October or November. That's how every other combat sport does. But for some reason, we want to be weird and be different.
Let me ask you guys something in relation to East versus West and WAF. So WAF is a strict tournament format with brackets, and then East versus West is a super match series. And East versus West, it has its own world champions or whatever, where there's a new contender each one to face that world champion. Now, is that world champion established primarily through East versus West competition, or are they taking world champions from
No,
WAF and actually?
they're taking WAF world champions. They obviously they barely started doing East versus West Challenger, the qualifier things like a year after East versus West was already established, right?
However, it's had the ability to evolve since. So say person B beats person A, who is a WAF champion. Now person B is the new champion. They can just have somebody else that didn't go to WAF face person B, and now it is strictly based on East versus West performance.
Right. Yeah, I mean, kind of I know you say you don't watch Devin, but the way
I do. I'm just not like really. I'm not on his channel a lot. You know what I mean?
The way
But
he
I
explained it
absolutely
the
love
other
and
day
respect him.
was kind of like the WAF World Championships are like amateurs, and East versus West is like your elites. And when I say amateurs, I mean like Olympics, like athletes that are specifically going for that medal, whatever, not a big payday or anything. And your pro category is your East versus West, where athletes are actually getting paid, their hotels getting paid, their food's getting paid, and things like that. So I think that's a kind of a good a good explanation of what it is. Like
Okay.
your tournaments, regardless if it's WAF or IFA or any of them, that's kind of more like just your Olympic level, like your sport, your athlete level. East versus West, king of the table, these are your elites that are getting paid like fucking big dollars just to show up, win or lose, right?
Yeah.
So, it's kind of just different there.
That puts it in a good perspective.
Yeah, so the ultimate contender format makes the most sense in a super match structure and scenario then.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and if you look at actually, it's great that you say that because, if you look at East versus West, that's exactly the way it's done. Like they have their rankings and this guy has to face him next time and him. And then all of a sudden Todd Hutchings is going against the champion because he beat everybody else.
Right.
So, it's kind of that same thing. That's the way that we all know as an audience who the real who the dude is.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, the argument always comes down to Styles making matches. For example, I jumped a lot of guys to get back on the top 10 to beat Alwyn, but there's guys behind him now ranked behind me that I fear more than Alwyn, if that makes sense. And it's probably a style thing. And that's a lot of people's argument with it, but I agree. Like I think we discussed the analogy of Mike Tyson's Punch Out. A lot of those levels are relatively easy once you understand the cheat code to that opponent. Level 3 might be way harder than level 4. But
right.
You still have to advance through the process and figure out what the cheat code is for each of your opponents.
And if Kevlin wants to do a super match at the lake, this upcoming tournament, me and him, I'm more than willing to pull that super match.
Okay. So Kelvin has the super match with Christian November 2nd.
Oh, okay.
Are you more interested in Kelvin for the Mountain King event, or are you more interested in the winner of that?
I'll take the winner.
The winner between Christian, okay, and Kelvin. Okay. Yeah. I'd be interested in that. What do you think, Josh?
Of course.
Let's run it.
Yeah.
Let's run it.
I've been asking for a super.
We got to talk to them, but yeah. And Christian. So, okay. Christian's one of those guys that doesn't like super matches. I don't know where Travis went, but apparently he said yes to a super match then.
And that's all where my head's been at. Like everything that you guys have said after that point in this is just kind of went in one ear and out the other for me.
Ah,
I've been wanting a super match with Christian for quite a while. But the thing is, he doesn't accept super matches. So if he is all of a sudden accepting super matches, then I mean, of course,
That's
yes, I
see,
want
look
that
at
to happen.
look. I love me some Christian Zepeda, bro. He's an amazing dude, right?
Oh, he's a damn
But
good armwrestler.
it's a little bit of one of those like I see this excitement over here, and so now I'm gonna be a part of it because there's a big benefit and a chance that I could be number one in California, right? Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm not saying anything bad towards Christian. I love Christian, but I think that we should think about those things for the other athletes because it's like, hey man, like your whole career you never will do one, but now you're gonna do it just because you have a chance at number one, right? And you know, also what I mean, what he's going to drop down to 145 and then go back up or something or what? Because we've
no,
already made the rule you can only be ranked in one class.
that's his
Oh,
walk around. He got ranked in 165 as a 145 guy.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He walked around like 150, 145, 155 at best.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah, when he went to Worlds at IFA, he competed in the 138 or for WAF. He was 138.
That's insane, bro. I don't even know how you, man, dude. Jeez.
Yeah, I think he's like strict curling or easy curling at around his body weight right now. Yeah, the dude's impressive. He puts in the work. Yeah, I understand and I agree with what you're saying, but I also and mostly in that it's sure something to think about. That's the scenario. He didn't accept them and there was a circumstance now where he wants to. But I also think we all have that right. You know, if it
And
makes sense for you to
that's
accept the match, do it. If it doesn't, you don't have to.
yeah, but
Matches I've
now
tried to set
We
Christian
we
up
do
for,
all have
it's
that,
like, no,
right?
I don't want to. And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay.
Right, but think about that, Kane. Think about that in a very unbiased, just equal manner. If you haven't been doing it this whole time and now you want to do it just for number one, that brings up to point what Danny was saying. He should have to go from the bottom up.
Oh, for
You know,
Ultimate Commander, absolutely. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, if that's the format that's being used for rank, 100%. Yeah.
I mean, of course, Christian is not going to end up at the bottom of this. We all know this, you know.
No, I think the only
He
I
is top.
think
He is
you
with
got
us.
you got Santino that could possibly, do something. And then I mean you got Manny who was impressive.
Yeah,
Kelvin,
very, very impressive.
super impressive. But then you got your two outliers. You got Jarek, who walked away from North versus South in the finals and was not eliminated. He just walked away. And then you have Chewy. You have Chewy who walks around at 140. And like, yeah, I mean, everybody knows Chewy, man. Like at 145, do we think Chewy is going to be anywhere but the top couple or top three?
Right. Exactly.
Like against anybody one on one.
Right.
Yeah. These are the things that make the 145 class the most exciting class in California right now. You just mentioned three names. Those are the three names that, regardless of the Ultimate Contender thing or whatever, like I want to see Christian hop in. I want to see Chewy hop in, and I want to see Jarek actually follow through. There's so many variables about this class where we knew it was going to be interesting to see how that right hand would shake out for the first time to get a top 10. But if you're thinking about it, you also know like it's going to be unpredictable for like the next year. Trying to get everybody involved and also seeing how the back and forth goes. And now seeing the guys that have been doing well in 165 that have just been stuck there. Now, like, well, okay, this is a thing. I'm gonna hop in and and see where I land. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Everything is so established in the other classes, even when somebody new kind of comes in, we kind of feel
Well,
like
maybe we could do something
dictate things.
where it's a little bit more fair for your people like Christian.
You're frozen, Josh.
Yep. Thank you. I was thinking my phone froze.
All right, you're back, Josh.
The what?
You were
You're
frozen
back.
for a minute. Can
Yeah,
you
you
repeat
said-
whatever you were going to say?
Oh, my bad. Shit. No, what I was saying was for guys like your Chewies and your Christians who are already ranked in the 165, maybe it's fair that they go straight across the board and face the guy ranked at the same spot in the 145s. Like Chewy is number 6 in the 165. So his first match at 145 should be against the number 6 guy and move up from there. And then that way it's not taking away what he's already worked for to get to, you know, where he's at in 165. Because we can't.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, well, we
Oh,
can't
sorry.
say that number 6 at 145 is the same as number 6 at 165. I'm sorry, just gets to jump everybody in. Oh yeah, well he's heavier, he's better. He goes against number 1. So maybe that's the fair way to do it. Like if you're ranked number 10 in 165, your first, and you're trying to drop to the 145, maybe your first match should be number 10, and then transfer over. You know.
I mean, if we could switch everything over, then I think that makes sense, but there's going to be a lot of complaints on a lot of ends with that.
Who cares?
Well, a lot of things are going to have to change. Well, number one, the as the existing rankings rules are right now, is you can jump people in the format that it is, in the tournament format or whatever that it is, and that to pull in a different class, all you're really doing is relinquishing your class. Like you're relinquishing your rank at 165. And because of the way the format is set out, and that the majority of the people are ranked where they are because they jumped a bunch of people, that he would have that right too. So it's where that line is drawn. And I personally think that, you know, I agree with you about the tournament thing and the super match thing. And it could be done straight through North versus South, but I think there needs to be some separate ranking system. Maybe it's just the North versus South ranking system. I don't know if there's some, you know, if you want to do an overall California super match ranking system, kind of like the way East versus West does their thing. But you know, if Christian wanted to jump a bunch of people and take Kelvin's rank, he'd have to do it at the Mountain King or Kringle Pull, not in his super match.
Right.
Because it would be a tournament format.
That way is okay, because now you enter the tournament and you have to pull all those guys to end up winning, you know, getting to the finals and beating that guy or whatever it might be. Yeah. But I guess I'm specifically talking about like the championship for it, right? That belt is set to be like a legacy type thing.
Yeah.
Where when you have super matches for the belt, it gets passed, you know, and it continues to get passed everywhere around. So that would be the only thing that would really be critical to me in making sure that it's number one contender, is I want the belt to only be passed when it's supposed to.
Okay.
But otherwise, every tournament, the belt's going to be thrown around to just, you know, oh, this guy pinned him today, you know, and then it's kind of like, you know,
a lot of movement.
So,
belt.
Yeah. So maybe it's just specifically for the belt that it's like, okay, if you want a shot at that belt, it has to be a super match at a sanctioned event, you know?
Because if you do things like the legacy hammer and, you know, things like that, that's how it's done. It's not, you know, that you go to a tournament, you have a bad day, you know, get a shit draw, and lose a match and all of a sudden like somebody takes your freaking hammer. No, I like it better in more of a super match format. And I thought that that's what we were going to do as far as considering those rankings going forth.
Yeah, I'm looking up where
Yeah, that's definitely what the plan is and was from the beginning, like when we were setting this all up with the 145s.
Right.
Yeah, I just think that when you let things happen and then they just kind of go by, then people, it's easy to let that slip and be like, oh, well, we didn't do this or that, right? But that definitely 100% was the goal and plan for all this. It wasn't just to have a 145 class to establish a weight class. I mean, because we could just do that at any tournament. I mean, I could say tomorrow we're doing a 132. But it was to create that number one contender thing. Yeah. Because just like I'm talking about the sport growing with super matches and us not doing the same thing that's been done for 4 decades, we also are going to have to make a ranking for that, and the longer we wait is the harder it gets. The easier it gets is the
hard.
first.
It's hard to move up in the rank. Oh, it's hard to move up in the ranks here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially
it
with
is.
people that.
Well, shit. Wait a minute. for you.
Oh, for later.
Yeah. Mike, don't worry about it. You're going to retire at number 9, bro. Don't even worry about it. Yeah. Doesn't matter if you beat Devin, bro. You're staying at number 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and that's why it's so important to me to get this thing started with the rankings like that, because then we don't have situations like that.
You said, or I think someone mentioned Texas has like a separate ranking system like that, like a super match, and then
Yep, they have their own super match rankings and tournament rankings.
So
Yeah.
Mike
But it's
Linder,
all part of the TAL.
you're number 9 right now on the right, Mike.
Yeah.
In a tournament, you the last tournament in Big Bear, you took first
Yeah.
ahead of
80
Caleb?
in 185. In 185.
Not 165.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. Yeah.
Well, actually, to your defense, Mike, it was a 165 class, but you were the only one that made weight. So I asked you if you'd be willing to be in the 185 class, and you said yes.
Well,
so
but so as far as ranking goes, it doesn't technically count because it's a 185.
Technically, you're right. But let's take Big Bear out of the equation. I mean, I've watched you take first at quite a few tournaments where you beat people that are on the rankings, and
it does
definitely.
Whatever. It'll work its way out. Work itself out.
Oh, for sure. For sure it will. Super matches. That's the way it's going to work its way out.
Well, he's going to have to start. If we do the ultimate contender thing, he'll start from the bottom that way. I'm thinking of the tournaments right now where he can get those.
He's already at the bottom. He's number 9.
Yeah.
And I think he's beat number 87654. I think he's beat almost all those guys already.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Sounds good. So as long as it's in a tournament, which we've got WSA, but that's WSA's different weight class. So it would have to be Mountain King or Kringle Pull in the 165. Yeah, to get ahead. Yeah, like I think everybody knows realistically, he still needs to pull Corinne.
Well, I beat Corinne. We went 1-1. I don't know how Corinne got on there without beating, somebody twice.
On the right?
Yeah.
Oh, Corinne, that was at UAL, right?
Yep. Yeah.
In August. Okay. And it was 1-1. 1-1. You need a 2-1 against him because he was already there, I think.
No. I don't think so. Pretty sure he
No?
wasn't. No.
Because he's showing number 3 that was adjusted from last year at States. Like I'm talking about, I mean, not last year, January.
Yeah, yep. And he beat Caleb to get that spot.
Right. Did you beat him then?
Yes.
Oh, in January.
I never faced Caleb right-handed at that tournament,
Okay.
but I beat Karen.
In
Yeah.
January?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the question though. Did you place higher in the tournament than Karen?
No, because I lost to him the second time. It was to go to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
So
Same like W.
he won the last time we faced. I beat him the first time, and then he beat me on the second time.
That's the variable right there.
Mhm.
The way that the rankings are set up is that you must finish higher
Mm-hmm.
than the guy
They
who
can't
you
come back
beat.
and get you in the B bracket. Yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I should have took his rank or anything. It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
where you land is just hard to follow.
Yeah, we all know that. So Caleb's 4, I'm 5. We all know that you're.
No, and I'm not saying that
this
yeah,
has to
I
happen
just
on
thought it was
paycheck.
I just
Kane,
thought it was
you're number
funny.
5.
Yeah, I'm number 5 behind Caleb because I took Alwyn's spot at number 5.
On the right?
On the right. Yeah. Yeah.
At North versus South.
Yeah, if we're doing ultimate contender, then yeah, that shouldn't be counted. But pretty much everybody shifted from their matches at North versus South for super matches. But yeah, if we were doing ultimate contender, that wouldn't count. I'd still be a runner-up, and I would have to face Christian Zepeda and beat him at 10. Yeah. Yeah. But I think Christian beats Alwyn. It's just
Yeah.
it's a mess. Yeah. But yeah, all I'm saying is theoretically, you're right. It will realistically it will work out because like I think we all know that you're in there in the top
Yeah.
3,
Yeah.
top 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not worried about that part. It's just funny it's just how funny how it goes. But then like you said, Josh, it's better to have another one that's harder to move the needle.
Yeah, the ultimate
And
contender really removes a lot of questions.
Yeah.
There's so many weird variables about tournament ranking.
yeah, there is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
From yeah,
pretty strange.
just from a competitor standpoint, there's just a lot of things that happen with the rankings that make me pretty curious. I'm like, oh, how the fuck did this happen? So
Yeah.
I don't know. And
So I think go ahead, finish your thought.
no, that's all I was saying. I don't know. I'm like lost for words with it sometimes because I just don't understand how this or that happened with some things. And then some things I see happen and it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Right.
But yeah, like yeah, I mean, I don't want to name drop or anything, but I'll just say this. One of the number one guys, okay, it's very curious that he's there. It's very curious that he's there because he yeah, that's all I can say. If I say any more, it's just dropping names, right? But yeah, one of the number one guys
Right.
should not be there.
So I think it was Alan Hodsey we had on once that had some really good insight that I liked. And he said tournament ranking should have nothing to do with an exterior ranking. Tournament ranking should be however you placed in the tournament. You won the tournament. If you placed first in the tournament, you won the UAL tournament in 2024. You got a gold medal for it. You got second place, you got second place, third, and so on. And that's solidified. That's where you placed in the tournament, and that was your ranking within the tournament. But in terms of actual exterior
So
ranking,
wait. Meaning that ranking would only change in that tournament again?
no, meaning that it was just that tournament. You just won the tournament. That it doesn't formulate an exterior ongoing ranking. That an exterior ongoing ranking that collectively moves throughout different events would be through super matches. That's his thinking.
Yeah.
That's his theory, that it should only occur like a state ranking, a national ranking, a world ranking should only occur through super match rankings. And then the additive from your thinking, I agree, ultimate contender has to come into play. Now I don't like.
I like that. I like that because I mean
Yeah,
that means if
it
you
makes
win,
sense. I just don't
yeah.
want to undo or throw shade on what Caleb has created, because not only has a lot of work but been put into it, and I don't mean to like undo that, but at the same
No, that's
time,
not at
I
all
don't
the
think that's
thing.
the beauty
It
of
has to
what
be
he did.
separate.
Without what he created, be it a tournament ranking or not, it gave birth to the CAL. It gave birth to a sense of unity and us moving. It was a very important seed that he planted that nobody was planting. And it led to a lot of important directions. So even if things were to be altered like that, or if we were to, stop counting ranking within tournaments exteriorly, and just did it through super matches, I think it still served a beautiful purpose. It would just be a transition into something more, you know.
So, one of my biggest issues with the ranking system and allowing super matches in is people are also allowed to not accept a super match. Nobody is made to accept a super match. So, if somebody is ranked under them in California state rankings and asks for a super match, it's totally acceptable for the person above to say, "Well, I don't do super matches," which if you're
Well, if
going to
it,
include super matches into ranking,
mhm.
into total
Mhm.
Cal ranking, then you should not be able to decline a super match from another ranked puller.
Right. 100%. I definitely agree with that because if you're doing that, then all you're doing is like my precious, like I'm going to hold this and keep this here.
Well, that's what the
That's
timeline's
why,
about.
Yeah,
That
what if it's like
yeah,
a
that's what I was just going to say. That's why I said after the belts were done at North versus South that they have this long to put that belt on the line. Like they have to compete. They have to put it on the line,
Well,
or it'll just get
that's what
taken.
the timeline is about, because nobody can be forced to meet a certain date when they have families and stuff like that. But if they don't accept a super match within a certain given time, they can lose that rank. And the other factor here is that if if ranking,
That's why.
exterior state ranking only transition to super matches, I guarantee you all these people that don't pull super matches are going to start pulling super matches,
Yeah,
because
Of
the
course, it's going to happen. Think
right.
about this though. Do you think that Dana White or the World Boxing Organization, do you think that they say we're going to have a championship fight in November? Oh, you have a family obligation? Oh, we'll do it a different day. No, they don't. If you don't fucking make it, your belt gets took. Plain and simple.
yeah,
Like you have an obligation as a belt holder or a ranking holder or whatever
yes.
to defend that. You have an obligation, or there's
Now,
an interim person that's put in your place.
now it's
That's the way, again.
yeah, but extenuating circumstances pending, like your wife dies, freaking your kid gets sick, freaking some crazy shit happens in some
Yeah,
people's life.
we just don't have that circumstance that you're talking about, Josh. Now, if we were to or ordain North versus South or some other event or organization to be that one way that you can make a transition within a ranking through a super match, then that would make sense. You have to be there at this date for this to happen. But for the most part, the way super matches happen today is it's between two athletes trying to work it out and come to an agreement that makes sense to both of them. And a lot of times it doesn't. And that said, we actually just have a chat from Derek Smith, and he says, ask Josh if he thinks I should be ranked #1. He thinks you're talking about him.
Oh, dude, I'm definitely not talking about you. How about this, Derek? It's 2 weight classes below you. There you go. I fucking filled the beats.
Hey, I was talking about you, Derek.
Yeah, Derek, everybody knows where Derek is. That's
Yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely know that Derek is the King Cali, and if anybody felt that they were at that level enough, then they would call him out and do what was necessary to try
whatever
to get that
was
shot.
necessary for it. Yep.
Yeah, Derek
Yeah.
is definitely not anywhere in that question for me. I hold him at a super high regard, and I know what that guy is. No, 2 weight classes below you. Go ahead and look at the rankings. You'll know who I'm talking about.
Okay, now I'm doing it.
Quite a few people
Yeah,
looking at.
go ahead. Go ahead. You'll know right when you read it. You'll know.
And are we talking right or left? I'll know it right when I see it. Let me see.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so that would be the 205 class, right?
Oh, wait. Okay, no, 1 weight class below Derek. Damn,
Okay,
1
okay.
weight class below Derek. My bad. 1 weight class below him.
That post is so hard to find. I don't even know where.
It's pinned now.
His fucking name starts
go
with
to
the
the
same letter as
feature.
my name.
On California Arm Wrestling League on Facebook, just go to featured and you'll see.
Sure. Oh,
His name starts with the same letter as my name. That's the last hint I'm giving. Danny, don't look at me like that.
Guy. It's a
The
North
truth
guy.
hurts. Yeah, bro. Listen, I am a very unbiased person, Kane. I don't care where you're from. I'm from Earth. I'm from Earth, bro. I ain't from the North or the South. I'm from fucking Earth. And what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. That's just me, man. I was raised different. I don't take sides with wrong. I take sides with right every time.
Well, the date
And so, yeah, that person right
allocated
there should not be there.
February.
That person right there did not weigh in at the tournament where they got that spot. Not to mention, it was their fucking tournament. Okay? It was their tournament that they threw and made a special weight class that wasn't even the weight class that's on the ranking.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So that's
Okay.
all I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Danny, shut up, bro. So why are you laughing so much? Shut up. Yeah, come on, bro. What's the weight class in California? It's 232, right?
yeah.
So how the fuck are you gonna pull a 242 class and win #1 in 232? Does that make sense? Does that make any sense to anybody on this call?
It's true. Got a point.
Okay, that's all. That's all. That's it.
He does have a point.
Yeah. I hope Derek's looking at the rankings so he knows who I'm talking about. He's all, damn it, Josh, that's my friend. Sorry, Derek. But yeah, so those are some of the things that I have witnessed personally firsthand that make my stomach turn. And I'm just like, oh, man,
Okay,
really?
Who do you think should be there?
The person right under him who did weigh in, who made the weight and who was 232, who thought that was the class that they were pulling, and it ended up being 10 pounds heavier to fit for the person throwing the tournament because he couldn't make 232. So how the fuck do you get ranked in 232 when you couldn't make that weight?
On airs.
Because your armor shines a little bit brighter than mine. That's why.
Well, let me play the devil's advocate. Not that that's right or wrong, but you are one of the committee members now. Are you throwing shade?
Oh, I know. No, listen. I was a committee member after that happened, buddy. I was a committee member after that happened, and I'm a firm believer in you can't go backward, right?
Yeah.
I can't go and persecute somebody for something that used to be legal and now it's illegal, right? Can't go and do that. So it's the same thing.
Challenged though, it could be challenged.
Yeah, I definitely.
But I think we're looking at the bigger picture here for sure, though. Like I can see that there's going to be infractions, but I think the more important thing is kind of the bigger picture that we're discussing. I wonder how many people
Well,
do
that
believe
situation
that
right there
tournament
is
should be just
why
tournament.
that situation right there with that person I just didn't mention is, probably why Linder's at number 9. Who knows? There's just different things that happen.
Right. Yep. Yeah, it definitely just making tournaments, tournament placing, its own thing within itself, and state ranking and beyond, Supermatch Ultimate Contender ranking system. It really is truly the only fair way to do. Well, I don't want to say the only fair way to do it, because anything can be fair within itself as long as the rules are kept correctly within itself and consistent. However, it's going to cause less argument because there's just too many facets of tournament ranking being based off of tournaments, where there's just going to be a lot of argument between people and different factors and stuff like that.
You
Where
just gave me.
even if the
Go ahead.
rules are kept up consistently for how you're going to rank those tournaments, people are still going to see those variables and everything and not really, see it or respect it as being something that is solidified, and always having those questions and looking at someone like Mike Linder and saying, but, you know, so, and that's not saying, I don't think it's really like complaining or rooting for guys that are ranked lower that could be ranked higher otherwise. That's not what I'm saying. Because, like, take me for example. If we were to switch that over, I would immediately drop to the bottom. Like, I'd be starting from square one. But I'm okay with that because I know that wherever I land in the climb is exactly where I am, and I would feel like I could be proud of that. Like it was an accomplishment, a climb.
Right.
So
Right.
the only thing that I've ever had an issue with the California state rankings was recently the addition to super matches in the California state rankings and not just tournament. And then the pullers being allowed to not accept a super match from another ranked puller while maintaining their rank. If you're going to include super matches in the California state ranking, then nobody that's ranked should be able to say no to a super match. If a date is set, it doesn't have to be an ultimatum. It can be a conversation between the two pullers. But
Right.
it shouldn't be allowed to be able to say no, I don't pull in super matches and stay ranked if super matches are included in the ranking system as well as tournaments.
Yeah.
Because that means that outside of a tournament, if I never get to go to certain tournaments where a certain puller that I've been wanting to pull to increase my rank, if I don't happen to get to go to tournaments that he happens to get to go to, the stars align, then what? I just get stuck in rankings. That kind of sucks. So if you're going to include super matches, cool, but you can't allow people to say no. That's ridiculous.
So rankings at a practice, a ranking match at a practice, how does that go?
It doesn't.
No?
It
Okay.
And it
doesn't
shouldn't.
at all. Like
It should never happen,
no, it
in
needs
my
to be
opinion.
At a practice match, yeah, no. Yeah.
no.
Yeah,
No
it's
way.
got to be a sanctioned match. It has to be agreed by both parties that it's for ranking and
So
certified.
what if that's at a practice? What if you agree for it to be ranking at a practice?
Then
If
the
you
question would
Right.
be
If
certified
your
refs.
refs are certified and you went out of your way to get 2 certified refs, not just one, but 2 certified down and head ref, and you went out of your way to do that, you can have your match on the beach. You could have your match anywhere. But there's those
absolutely.
criteria that has to be followed.
Right. So Derek had a interesting comment in the chat, and he can't come in, by the way. I believe his daughter's sleeping, but he said, yeah, really at that weight, number one isn't even on that list in his opinion. I just yeah, screen
Yeah.
share it who
So he knows who I'm talking about now.
he does, but he thinks
Yeah.
probably it's this guy. Yeah, he's on Vosgin's team now, right? Arson. Chakatrian, I think is his name.
Yeah, Kacharian or whatever. Is he a California resident? I mean, does he live here or is he just visiting?
I can't tell you, but it sure seems like it. But I can't
Well,
tell you.
if he's a resident, we've already watched him beat the best guys from California handily. So yes, I agree. I agree 100% with that. If that guy was even involved, he's probably number one. I mean, the only guy that he has not faced would be the guy who's at number one and the guy who's at number two. And Michael Vaz, I think, is better than number one, number three, number four. Like he's better than all of those guys. So that would be the one guy that would be in question for me.
Right. Yeah, Derek has a response to you, Danny. He says just that the challenge has to be reasonable, though. He says that he was asked one time for a super match, and it was roughly 2 weeks before North versus South. So in your logic, he's saying that like that would mean that he would have to pull that. And
No.
go ahead.
No, he just means at some point, Kane. Danny's just saying, "Hey, I want to challenge you this year for your spot. When can we do it?" That's what
Like,
Danny's
make it
saying.
happen between a date.
Yeah, Danny's saying that they shouldn't be able to say, "No, I don't do that." No, like that's all Danny's saying. He's not saying that I'm telling you 1 month from now we're pulling. Oh, you say no? Oh, that's not what he's mean. He just means overall.
No, like for me, I've actually had to tell people that have asked me for super matches. I'm like, okay, well, dude, I need 3 months, and you know what? I have a tournament coming up. Within that 3 months, like you have to give me time in order to, if you really want a super match, if you really want me at my best, then you need to give me, a month, at least a month, if not like up to 3 months, and I will be ready for your super match. I don't like accepting especially a super match or even a tournament, just like, oh yeah, I'll just do a tournament real quick, no problem. No, I do have to prepare for these things. So absolutely, yeah, there would have to be an agreement between pullers, but as long as nobody's allowed to say no, I'm cool.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the biggest confusion I'm having, so when you were breaking that down for me before, it was through the circumstance of super matches being included with tournament ranking, if that makes sense.
Yes.
That's where I see the real problem happening. Because if we separate those two, if we get rid of the entire idea of tournaments creating a ranking system, then it's gonna pull everybody out of the woodwork. The motivation and the willingness to do super matches for ranking is going to change substantially. Or anybody that cares about it. So basically those outliers that don't pull super matches or don't want to pull super matches, they're not even going to be ranked because they don't pull super matches. They're going to have to be people that are, actively doing that and will more than likely pursue super matches.
Well, how did Derek get the King of California spot? With the super match, right? And Derek pretty much has found himself in a spot where he's getting invites to these elite programs and these elite things going on, and they're all super matches. You know what I mean? Like when we're talking about that level, like as you are
it's solidifying,
making this sport get to that level, that's why Derek's involved with that, because it's that new level. It's taking it to a new level, and it's that exciting fight that happens on screen, and you get to watch him go back and forth, whatever.
Right.
And for very good reason, you have him not entering a bunch of these little small tournaments. Like, why? I mean, I'm going to East versus West, and I'm doing King of the Table, and I'm going, you know what I mean? I have these. So once we even start doing this and leaning towards the super match and leaning towards the, real ranking or whatever, then it'll just take off. And it doesn't have to take anything from the CAL or anything like that. It can just be a foot forward in like TAL did, and it could be a foot forward in just doing it. And like you just said, once the momentum starts, they're gonna follow. They're gonna say, "Oh, well, this is what we're doing."
Yeah, the entire mentality would change. Yeah, and Eric is asking, like, could the number, or like, does it have to be people within a close ranking? I think he dropped in right after we were kind of covering the whole Ultimate Contender preference. But yeah, Derek, we're actually favoring, just
like the UFC.
If you want to get to Derek, you got to take out 10 first, and then 9, and then 8, and make it to Derek. That doesn't
Absolutely.
no way. You shouldn't have to have 10 people call you out. That just randomly all want to take a shot all year at you, and you have to say yes. So it will make it a lot more structured and solidified.
As the number one guy, I mean, again, so if we think about other combat sports, does the champion in UFC, does he have to compete 10 times a year? 5 times a year? No, it's one or 2 times a year, one usually. Same thing with boxing. Your heavyweight champion or whoever champion, 1 or 2 fights max a year. And that's because they're only facing the next guy in line. Yeah. It's much more solidified that way. Much more it leaves no room for question. When you're number 5, you're number 5. There's no question in your mind when you walk away, shit, could I beat that guy if he didn't face him first or whatever? No. You know that you earned that spot. Period.
Right. Absolutely.
So essentially, like, the only person under that format that could call Derek out right now would be Mega Mike.
Would be Mega Mike on the right hand.
Tom on the left.
Would be Mega Mike. Yeah.
Yep.
And then just like Derek on the left hand, shouldn't be able to go straight after Eli because, Eli's number 1.
Eli's
he would have to, go a couple spots. But that makes it fair for Eli, and it makes it fair for Derek, because at the end of the day, Derek knows I beat this guy, that guy, this guy, this guy to get there.
Right.
Or vice versa. Mega Mike knows I beat this guy, this guy, this guy, and now all I have left is to try against Derek. Yes.
So Paul Stevens asks an interesting question. Mike Linder, become the whole list. I love it. Paul Stevens asks, so since I'm going to be pulling 205, he's dropping. Where do I start to climb in the ranking? So based on the current system, Paul, which is based off of tournaments, mostly it seems, but super matches can be factored in. That one, if you're going to switch classes, you'd have to relinquish your ranking in whatever that higher class is that you're ranked in. And under the current system, basically, as long as you get a solidifying super match win, you can jump spots. If it's a tournament, you have to even get even on that top 10 list. It has to be solidifying. Like, you got to beat someone twice or place ahead of them to even get on there. But based on the current system, you can jump people. That's how everyone's been ranked. If you went into a tournament, just at 205, you give up your 232 or 2. Yeah, I don't know where you're at. Yeah, 230, I think. Then, you if you beat everybody in that tournament, and some of them were ranked at 4 or 5, that you could technically jump them. We're saying we don't really think that's the way to go. It's not the current system in place right now, but our theory that we're throwing around is that tournaments should just be tournament wins. Like you go and you pull the Kringle pull and you get first place at 205. You take home your first place gold medal and you say, I'm the first place winner of the Kringle pull. And that's where I place in the Kringle pull, but it has no place in a state ranking or an exterior ranking. But to have one of those, it would have to be through super matches and it would have to be through Ultimate Contender. You'd have to start at the bottom. So the only question there, if that switch was ever to take place, let's just say theoretically here in the state, how do we start it?
Right.
How we start it is by doing the number one contender rankings, and that's the rankings. And then for tournaments, you do it like NASCAR, where first, second, and third get an amount of points. Like first place is 5 points, second place is 3 points, third place is 2 points. All the tournaments you do it throughout the year. At the end of the year, the point leader is the champion, right? For tournaments. The super matches should be rankings.
Right. But
just
how do you establish it when it was never there? Is it a round robin? Like how do we establish that initial top 10?
I don't feel like doing the round robin would be the best way. I believe
agree.
just the super match tournament, where you take the current rankings, right?
Like we just
And
transition them from what they are and then get rid of.
go ahead and just pit everybody, that's in the current rankings.
no, you slide them across the board and you just start your new method. Yeah.
Yeah. You start super matches with the current rankings.
So
yeah, that way you don't want any disgruntled employees, right? You don't want anybody upset.
right.
So you switch the rankings right over, and then from there forward, you just start doing the number one contender thing with the rankings.
Right.
So at the UAL Anaheim, you have the number 5 go against the number 4. You have the number 2 go against the number 1. You have a couple super matches at each little event, and those are for those rankings.
And then everything
right?
its way out.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then your tournament placements are for, California tournament championship or whatever. And at the end of the year, you get a prize or whatever it is.
I don't know. I think like Ayers does a great job of covering tournament rankings. They do an excellent job of covering just tournament rankings. I don't believe they count super matches at this point. They have great.
They do.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Never mind.
They do.
As
a matter of fact, I love Ayers because they have me undefeated in California. And yeah, I'm gonna hold on to that forever.
But I feel like Ayers is definitely more of a tournament ranking system and should be used as such. And now, if you want to know the top arm wrestler, fresh for fresh in California, the only way to do it is, super matches. That's it. You can't decide who is the top guy when in a tournament. You can be the top guy in a tournament, but you can't be the top guy. You may not be the top guy one-on-one.
Yeah.
And then guys that
I
don't
agree.
do a whole lot of tournaments, they may do 1 to 2 tournaments a year. And you may never get to see them because you may not be able to get to those tournaments. So you don't never tournaments. So you are now stuck in the ranking system. There's no, you can't move upward. Sucks.
Yeah. Derek is saying that he thinks Aries promotes activity above strength / skill level, in his opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yes.
Yeah,
it's true. It is true because you have to have a number of tournaments to actually get some kind of ranking. But for the upper echelon of arm wrestlers that are ranked on Ayers, it's close. It's close. It's not perfect, but it's close as far as tournaments go. But fresh for fresh, yeah, we all know we can pick out people on airs that you're like, oh no, there's no way this guy freaking would kill that guy.
Right. Right.
You know, but go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I love Corey and I love what he's doing, and it is more of a rating system than it is a ranking system, and those two things should be separate. What he has is more of a batting average. Um, but the one thing is yes, it is based off of tournaments. He does include super matches as well, but yeah, it's just, it really kind of depends on which direction the sport's going to go with what we consider true rankings. And let's be honest, if we are considering King of the Table and East versus West to be the tippy top of the elite and how we are establishing those world top 10, I would imagine that the concept would trickle down, especially in the Ultimate Contender format. So
Yeah.
would Aries, in terms of how it gathers its rating or batting average, so to speak, would it transition to something like that as well, through specific Ultimate Contender super matches? But really, it would be no different than ranking at that point. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I might I don't know if I'm being biased. Like I pull tournaments just because I like to arm wrestle, but if I could just only do super matches all year, that's probably what I would do.
Yeah.
You can't argue though that super
I
match
love,
through Ultimate Contender is the more solidified way to run an actual ranking.
yeah, some kind of true ranking.
Right. Is that a gremlin somebody just drew? Let me see here.
Oh, that's like my I can't draw on this little ass phone, but that's my little uh happy little pot smoker there.
There he is over to the right here. Okay, okay. Well, who drew this little gremlin over here to the left? Over my help.
Oh,
I did.
oh, okay.
I
Love it.
can't I can't draw really with this touch. It's a touchpad on a laptop that sucks.
Yeah, I ended up busting out my freaking stylus for my phone, and I still suck.
Oh, we've got Borneo Man in the house. Josh, where's Borneo Man from again? Um, yeah,
Oh, cool.
he's from another
Who?
country. Borneo Man.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't he from Malaysia or something
Malaysia.
like that?
You're right. You're right. I think that's it. Yeah. What's up, Borneo Man? He says, I learned a new thing now. He is asking, how high are you ranked, Mr. Derek? And yeah, if you don't mind me asking, he says.
There,
Uh, Derek says, I don't even I don't even know if I'm ranked on airs. Well, is that
oh,
your question, Borneo Man? Are you asking what his ranking is on airs? Um, yeah, I think a lot of us probably don't know what theirs is. Mine probably sucks because there's so many more people that are active and successful in tournaments. And Derek really hasn't been much of a tournament puller, because he gets invited to elite super matches around the world.
The crazy thing about Ayers
Mm,
is that Corey has went into the archives and um, like you can go type in John Brzezink's name and you can see tournament standings from 1980s.
oh yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
It's
so my
pretty-
point of that is they probably have all of Derek's tournament stuff from back in the day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be interesting to look up just for fun. Um,
Of course, Derek is number one in California, no doubt, no doubt about that.
yeah,
But
yeah,
his tournament ranking is a little bit different because, and that's the thing where I'm trying to say, like, tournament rankings are not necessarily the epitome of who is the best.
yeah, yeah.
There's only one person who in California who I think could beat Derek, right now, and the problem is that I'm not really looking to take on any matches.
Got
Got your ass, Derek. Yeah.
Yeah, so Derek is
I
saying
just
that
woke up.
he mostly follows In the Hook rankings. Yeah, Borneo man. There's a ranking in, I believe it covers North America, so I believe it includes Canada and USA.
Yeah.
Maybe Mexico as
Mhm.
well. And it's called In the Hook Rankings. I believe Chance is one of the guys running it, Chance Shaw. Derek, correct me if I'm wrong. You're like 7 on the left, maybe in the nation, in North America, and
North America.
8 on right. Yeah, let me know, Derek.
Hey, Kane, I gotta tell you something so funny right now. Do you remember what you said to me earlier before we were going live?
Well, I said a lot of things.
Well, you said, we're gonna go live for about 50 minutes. It's not gonna be too long.
Oh yeah.
I was
Oh, I'm
just
not
saying. I
sleeping
hope you
tonight.
notice that every time you and I are on anything together, it goes forever.
Yeah, yeah, thanks, Josh. Yeah, the reason my plan was when I came into the house from the studio back there was to pull out my paperwork and let you guys have at it, but it got to be a pretty good conversation.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just gonna have to be up a bit late tonight. That's okay.
Damn,
That's okay.
we did it to him again.
You did
Yeah.
it again. Yeah. I give up. I'm shutting the channel down. Yeah.
Fudge.
Coming back with a troll account. I'm just gonna just go troll nowhere to run arm wrestling.
Damn it.
No, I really think that was yeah, that was a good talk on rankings. And I do think that would be a good direction to go.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is, but those are just my thoughts.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's
That's where all the best ideas come from, though, Danny, is from the guys who are doing it, you know? So, because you know how it feels. And so, to formulate a proper idea, like from our side or anybody's side who's trying to make anything better or changed or progress, you always have to take into consideration the people who are out there doing it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this
All of a sudden, Kane looks super tired. Look, he changed his face when I said how long we've been on here. He made sure when he pulled the whiteboard away, he was like, I'm going to really lay this one off.
I'm pouring it on. I'm pouring it on.
No, I'm
Fucking
good.
A.
No,
I
but
love that we can talk this long and just hang out and chill.
Oh yeah.
yeah, this show is definitely it has become not something where we just talk about things. It's definitely been something where we can um talk about what we're gonna do about things. So I am curious what that step would be. I suppose we've got to talk to the committee a little bit and see if
Yeah.
that's something we want to do. Now
Gonna
let's
get
just
done.
the realities. A lot of people are going to have a problem with that. A lot of people are going to have a problem with
Oh,
it. There's a big majority of people that prefer tournament polling. There's a big majority of people that would prefer, and
Then separate
that's
the
my
rankings.
point, is that because of that, want to see rankings based off of that.
And that's great. So we split the rankings. We have a tournament
Yeah,
ranking.
you split it up. I just want to know though, do you really think it's that many?
Hey, you guys want to see a cool picture?
That I'm talking about that only like tournaments or whatever? Because I feel like the majority have really clung to the Supermatch thing, and they just love it. And if you look, if we just think about how, again, like we were talking about earlier, how easy it is to get people to show up when you tell them they have a super match, compared to, hey, we're going to do a tournament, and then sometimes you get a lot, sometimes you don't.
The two main guys in the community that handle rankings, we're just kind of there for other stuff, regarding the community. But like the two guys, I mean, those are your tournament guys right there. So now from where I sit,
Christian and Caleb, are you talking about?
yeah, and
They're
from
both fired. That's it.
no,
Fired.
no. Respect needs to be given to these guys.
Yeah.
And I completely understand it. But
So,
from where I sit, though, it doesn't mean tournaments should go anywhere. It just, like, and they can, the rankings can stay. Like, if we want a tournament state ranking system, I guess it could stay. If it were me, it would just be, you win the tournament. It's like a ranking within itself, because there's a bracket, there's a complicated bracket and a pool of arm wrestlers. You're making this ranking happen in a day. This complicated ranking system is happening in a day, and it just belongs to that tournament. And you can say, I have this ranking at this tournament, I have this ranking at this tournament, I have this rank, I have this medal at this tournament, and that's the place that they have. But if there's enough tournament pullers that want to see a ranking system in place that is collected through, ongoing tournaments, then I don't see a problem with it. But
I wouldn't mind having a rank in tournaments and a rank in super matches. Not at all.
two separate ones, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, honestly, that might be the
quick.
most organic way to do it, because, you just kind of see what happens from there might be a lot more people gravitating towards the Ultimate Contender super match, side.
I want to say one thing, separate from rankings. What, in your guys' opinion, is the difference between super matches and tournaments? What's the big difference that stands out?
Oh yeah, I mean the luck of the draw, the multiple.
I mean, the answers could be all over the place. Let me tell you what it is for me.
Yeah.
For me, the difference between tournaments and super matches is that tournaments are for the promoters to get paid, and super matches is a way to start getting arm wrestlers paid. That's the difference for me, and that's why I'm so adamant about this.
I can see it like that. But we still don't get paid for super matches.
No, well, you do when you're at East versus West or King of the Table or these different. It's what it is getting everybody on board with this big thing that's happening for arm wrestlers. Again, not for Joe Schmo that wants to throw a tournament, but for arm wrestlers. And then it starts to roll, sponsors and everything comes, and now arm wrestlers are the focal point of the payday. Right. That's what the big thing is for me.
Or the focal point of the tournament. If you don't have arm wrestlers, you can't quite have an arm wrestling tournament. But I'm not even going to get into that big old can of worms on
that's
how
the monetary side. Yeah. The athletic side, for me, is it reminds me of taking a year's worth of match rankings and movement, Ultimate Contender or not, and trying to consolidate them into an afternoon between a bunch of people, and then all the complications that and questions that are put in place. It's messy to me. That's what I think a tournament is. And I understand its purpose. I think its purpose came into play many years ago because you could only have so many events, and people were traveling across the country to experience an arm wrestling event. And that was like the only way you could figure out who's who is like, let's gather this big pool of people together and have them all beat the shit out of each other in a randomized bracket and see what happens at the end, and there's a tactic to that where you could like get good at it, but it's
tournaments make sense when the numbers are like over the top or these huge events. right?
Right.
When it's 400 or 500 people, that's a tournament. You bracket it out. Everybody's pulling all day. You're watching this thing go. When you have less than 100 guys and you're doing a tournament, it's kind of like, you know.
Yeah.
In
But let's
Minnesota, I
go ahead.
actually walked away with money to every single tournament I went to in Minnesota from the very first one I went to.
That's pretty dope.
But
That's awesome.
I mean, I was winning multiple classes, but it's too in like it would just whatever pros put in got paid out, 100% payout for pros, and then they made money off of the amateurs, and usually had a deal with like the bar or something to where they'd get a little back from all the sales.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the other thing I want to go back to monetarily
But
is
Josh, yeah, well, I mean, Josh was a good guy. He kind of quit hosting. He quit, actually holding tournaments and was tired of dealing with it. And like other people picked it up, but
right, right. So like can is our sport at a place where if you did want to fill seats at a venue, that you could do that with super matches? We're trying to
Yeah, of course.
there.
You show me one tournament where the audience is fucking excited sitting down that are not arm wrestlers.
That are not arm wrestlers. Right, right, right. But show me one that isn't well, pretty much the majority of the spectators for East versus West and King of the Table are arm wrestlers. There's some that are, within the niche strength sports that happen to be there, but even the pay-per-view and the post-productions, the people that are watching them are within our sport. So I'm just giving a real time, like let's bring this down from East versus West or King of the Table. So like the confliction I was having with the Call of the Mountain King. Got this great venue, great built-in customer base and audience and everything, attendance. And the owner takes a shot on us to throw an event on an actual Saturday, his moneymaker day, right? And so that's on the concept that I can get 100, 150, maybe more people there of our people, right? Not his built-in crowd. Now I like super matches. I think they're more entertaining. Am I going to get 8 super matches, 10 super matches, or like East versus West that are super badass and gonna get our like 100 of our community to come out and watch that? Or am I gonna have better odds getting people that are gonna buy drinks and eat the venue owner's food by throwing a tournament where I can potentially get 100 to 150 arms there to pull
also like
that are also bringing their wives and their friends or whatever. So I'm just saying under the current climate and evolution of the sport, it feels like I
I
would
think
have
with super matches, they're still spending more money with the establishment
say
because
again.
people are much with super matches. In my opinion, people are spending way more money at the establishment because they're engaged, they're excited, the energy in the room, it makes people want to get involved, all these things, and they're willing to sit there all day. At tournaments, usually the people are sitting there waiting for their class, they're not very vocal, this and that, and then as soon as that happens, they get up and they go somewhere else.
Right.
And that's
But
pretty
what works
consistent.
about North versus South, though, in that circumstance is that there's like 40 something. It takes around 50 super matches to equal the amount of competitors in the room, bodies,
Yeah,
customers,
yeah.
as you would for an average or small tournament.
so as
Um,
a competitor, you'd make money on your own just betting, like
right.
Yeah.
to pull
So
the
it
super
just
match.
it
I
takes
want I
a
want
lot of
I want to bet.
in the
Yeah.
current evolution of our sport, it takes a lot of super matches to make it beneficial, a lot of super match competitors to make it beneficial
So are
to
there
a
not enough
venue.
are there not enough amateurs at each tournament to where a promoter can make money by just keeping the amateur entries and then paying out the pros? Is that where like is that like all like the profit would be gone? You know what I'm saying?
No, no. I
Well,
listen.
we're just talking super
I
match.
I I
No,
have I have had enough talks with Bill And Bill has showed me enough things about this sport and what to do. There is no venue that any promoter should go to and not be getting paid.
Not
You're
get paid.
bringing
Yep.
the entertainment to them.
Right.
You are bringing the entertainment to them. I am bringing people in your seats that are going to sit here, not for a tournament for a couple hours or whatever, even if it is a tournament. But with the Supermatch thing, when you're spreading it out like that, they know they're going to have people for 7 fucking hours. They're there all day. That's a whole shift. Your whole, so you should always get paid by the establishment when you're bringing a tournament or a Supermatch event or anything you're doing there.
As long as it's a place where they can
aside
generate
from that,
money.
you'll make your entry fee, you'll make your whatever. Well, yeah, you can say that, but they're always going to generate money if they have something to offer. If they're selling food or drinks, they're going to generate money. If there's
That's
if
what
there's
I
people
mean.
in
That's
there,
Yeah, but
but that's
I'm
why
just saying,
conference halls charge promoters.
yeah,
and
yeah,
and
we're not.
promoters
Yeah,
for,
I
I
don't
don't know
mean places
why.
like that.
Yeah.
Like even
yeah,
the Fit
but
Expo pays Bill. Okay.
yeah, no,
Because
yeah,
Bill has so many people that he's bringing that are going to be there all day and they go to the other vendors. So Bill's selling point is that my people are going to go to all your vendors in here and they'll be
For
here all
rental
day.
space. Yeah.
So they
yeah, but
sponsor him.
I know,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, as a pro competitive puller
The answer is yes, Mike.
going to a
There's enough
tournament
money to where they
is
could only pay the pros what to pay and keep the
100% payout
amateur
for
money.
pros,
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm just saying it
Yeah.
would be a more of a draw to more pros and more amateurs to want to join the pros at the tournament if there's, a little bit of money. Like
For
Yeah.
it's
sure.
at least to cover your gas. Like I'd at least cover my gas and, you
Break
know,
even.
yeah, break even.
Yeah.
I never, like won money, but breaking even it feels, better.
What did the amateur entry fee look like when they weren't charging the pros?
There.
Or were you saying they were charging both pros and
Yeah,
amateurs?
They were
yeah,
charging the pros, but
Payouts
all
to
of the
pro?
pros entry fees got paid out. Every dollar of
yes.
the pros entry fees
Now,
got
I
paid out.
wonder what the atmosphere or registrations would look like if pros were not charged and you only charge registrations for amateurs. Would that just shift more amateurs to pull pro?
Well,
Or,
how would you do that then? Because then you couldn't pay out the pros if they're not paying in.
well, it
Then
depends on the
they
facility
get
you're doing it.
medals.
If you're doing it at a facility where they're paying you because you're bringing them business and that's contributing to the budget already, then everything that's coming from the amateurs could be paying out the pros. And then the pros are actual pros. They're getting potentially paid to compete, but definitely not paying to compete. But I am
Well, you
definitely
you have to.
saying,
Okay, so
I mean, entry.
usually like the sponsorship that you'll get from restaurants or places like that should be enough for
mhm,
your $1,000 for your medals, another $1,000 for your refs and all the people you need to pay, and maybe a few $100 after that. Usually about $2,500. And that's like just flat because they're gonna make way more than that. It doesn't even if you have 50 people, they're gonna make more than that if the people are there all day.
Right.
So and when you like when we were talking about the percentage thing, that's a win-win for any company. I don't
well, it depends on their
uh,
margins, but
well,
it,
no, because
yeah,
watch this, Kane, look at if I tell you that you only have to pay me 10%, right? That means if you only make $100, you only pay me $10. So you're not losing. The more you pay me is the more you made for the day. It's a win-win.
right,
That's
right,
how it
right.
has to be sold.
Yeah, well, and I also think that was the beauty of why I'm not going to go into, but why we worked something out different with this guy because of the fact that I could get he's not really going to get screwed in that situation. To me, the deal that was worked out with me was a lot more safe for me because yeah, if he doesn't make money, neither do I. Now I'm pulling out of pocket to take care of medals and payouts and all those things, where there's more of a guarantee up front. So yeah, if they bomb and you know only make 8 grand for the night, which might be an okay night, but for me, it would be horrible because 10% off that, I'd be making $800. Now I'm stuck with like $1,500 that I gotta pull out of pocket to pay refs and payouts and all that stuff. But
10% was just a hypothetical. Usually it's 20 or 25%, just so you know.
So
right,
you got to get certified, Kane. Certify yourself as a ref if you're going to promote. Then that's one less
cover
ref
my
to
own,
pay.
cover my own
Yeah.
ref
Yeah.
fees.
One less ref.
Yep. Why do you think Bill used to be a puller? He's a world champion. He's a referee. He's a promoter. He does everything himself.
Right.
That way he doesn't
Well,
have to do all that.
I have absolutely zero interest in like playing that game, so to speak, because if we're talking money, like my mentality behind the entire thing is very, very, very different and much bigger. I don't think refs should get paid $200. I don't think they should get paid 300. I keep hearing around that 300 is good for a head ref to get paid. I think for a pair of
What are you thinking they should get paid?
I think two refs that work really well together for a good promotion, I'd want to give them like $3,000 to split.
Oh, that's crazy.
Or
Oh,
a percentage of the earnings or
What
you
the
know.
Yeah,
fuck?
that's crazy.
if I'm
Yeah, that's
talking
crazy.
a big event, if I'm talking a big event where we're actually talking dollars and cents that's going to boost the sport,
If you're
bring
talking East versus West, yeah. Anywhere else,
yes,
no.
yes. If it's anything else where there's not sponsors that are chipping in 15,000 a piece, and you've got a goal that is much higher than that for sponsorship and your pay-per-view, all the cash flow that you're looking to get from it, I would want, even paying reps that much, the promoter of something like that, if they did it right, would make a bunch of money. So when we're talking like small events and stuff like that, I'm not really like, you're kind of hoping to break even. You want to boost the sport. You love the sport. You hope everyone's happy at the end of the day. Um, you know, I yeah,
You do know that
not
the
not
average
really
ref
into
works
the
about
dollars.
4 hours, right?
What's that?
The average ref works about 4 hours at a tournament, usually around noon to 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Either way, when you split the $300, they're making like $85 an hour. I mean, that's pretty damn good money to just stand there and point. You know, I'm just saying,
I think they're
I
very
know a lot of
important.
jobs that get paid way less than that, dude,
How
and they're
much
not doing something they love.
how much do you think a referee is making at like a major card UFC event or something like that?
Uh, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, I would imagine probably like what you just said, probably $1,500, $2,000. Yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense at that level.
right. Like that
Any other level, yeah.
if we're trying to stretch dollars and cents and really do a production that boosts the sport, you want everybody paid well. And usually when you're talking that event, it involves travel for someone to come out, and how worth it is it. Even for these small events where we're trying to get somebody just to move from one end of the state to the other or drive like 4 hours. 4 hours is enough for them to think, well, now I know I want to get a hotel. I don't want to go do this, even if it's for 4 hours of reffing, which usually it's not. It depends on what format you're talking about. It could be an all-day thing. But, making that 4 hour drive both ways, now we're talking a hotel, we're talking the gas, how does it affect the family and stuff like that. It's just different than going to work and punching in for $85 an hour or something like that. So when it comes to small events, I feel like it's just like community coming together. Like the event or the venue owner, like when it came down to it, like we agreed we weren't really talking about a sense of profit. I don't want to get into all that.
Well,
Let's just say
think about
he's
this
more
one thing.
motivated about helping the community, not so much the arm wrestling community. He's about helping the mountain community. So he runs events like this all the time to kind of help the community, like get them connected and everything like that, and doing things within our general area. And then everyone's happy. His business is functioning as usual. But if we did nothing there, his built-in crowd would, cover it. we're just kind of
Okay, I just want to say one thing why this is ass backwards, right? Even at the $300 fucking show for the ref rate, on average, that's more than your first place finisher. So the referee is getting paid more than the first place finisher on average at tournaments. You got to think about that. There's no risk to injury. You're not putting your body on the line. You're not doing any of this stuff. You're refereeing. That's great. It's important. But again, I think that the money should be with the athletes, the arm wrestlers. Like you just said, the UFC. Do we think that the UFC referees get paid more than the UFC athletes? I don't think so.
No, but they're getting paid exponentially more than $3,000.
Choose from Paradise Close, Rock and Rainbow.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what UFC gets paid. I mean, I know, well, I know this. Casey's in slap fighting, right? And Casey slap fights for the guy who was Dana White's partner for a long time. And everything that I've heard is that he underpays fucking everybody, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if his refs weren't getting some low amount. You know, I know they have a huge multi-billion-dollar organization, but they're multi-billion-dollar organization for a reason, because most of the money stays in house. You know?
Yeah, I get it. I'm just
always trying to think about how the arm wrestlers can get paid more.
Well, yeah,
I think refs get paid pretty decent for what they do.
For me,
and if you think about it, like most refs, like even the Big Bear thing, like I put Scott in a cabin, I put Crispin in a cabin, plus I paid them, you know, better than I've seen the other events pay. And yeah, I mean, that alone, I felt like was a good pay to ask somebody to come up for a few hours. And they did too.
I think they should be treated well, because the event does not happen. Rankings do not exist without those refs. And they have to go through a stringent certification process to do it. We only have so many of them in the state that go through that process. So travel is almost always involved, taking off their
I'm going through that process right now.
Yeah,
Bill's about to certify me and Dawn.
Yeah, I hope we need more refs, you know.
No, we really are. That way we don't have the headache of always having to fill in somebody. And even at our practices or whatever we're doing, we have somebody that's certified for all the safety and all the things.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's just at the end of the day, yeah, am I paying one head ref the same amount as a first place winner when there's going to be 12 first place winners, counting the women, maybe 6, or, you know, 4 more, you're landing at 14 or 16 first place winners is their payouts for second and third. So are we looking at the total payouts for athletes versus those 2 or 4 refs getting paid $300 or $200?
No, just 1-to-1.
So, but even so, like, whatever, I do think the athletes, the ultimate goal is to get the athletes paid really well. Like, for me, I'd love to see events where a first place winner is getting $15,000, you know, $20,000 or something like that. And yes, I would have no problem with one head ref making at least $1,000 if they were reffing a promotion like that. But everybody gets paid more, and for it to be a professional, high level event that can make cash flow and be at the level and all that.
I agree with what you're saying with the level. Like if we're talking about your Bill Collins, your Leonard Harkless, you know, your Tim Talmadge, your people like that are nationally certified refs and world certified refs. There's only 6 world refs. Did you know that? I don't know if you know that, but there's only 6 refs in the world that are world refs. If
we're talking small tournaments and peanuts, like, it's just
no.
not
What I'm saying to you is I agree that those guys should get paid like that. The 6 guys across the planet that are world certified refs under the WAF and under all these things,
100%,
they should definitely get paid. Everybody else who's the junior or, you know, senior ref.
What are we gonna do for that small event where the payout is $300? Are we gonna scale down the ref to the importance of $50 for the day? Like, is that right? Like, I just don't think it's going to
No,
be. I
the refs
still
get
think,
paid. They get paid their average pay. It's $30 an hour, and $40 an hour for a senior, $50 an hour for a master. Like
yeah.
that's
Well,
your California
thank God for
average.
anybody that shows up. I mean, I know that's like what I'm able to pay for the refs coming out to this mountain one. I'm lucky that they're showing up. Like I mean, most of the people, yeah, they must really love the sport and be willing to do it, you know. But yeah, it's all you can do. It's all anybody can do. It sucks
Would
that
you do it, Kane?
I don't know.
If you were a referee and I asked you to come ref my event, but I didn't have much money, would you come and do it?
It would depend. A lot of these people.
You're BSing right now. I know you well enough to know that you love the sport enough and you would show up. That's why they do it, because there's so many of them like us.
All
This
of
whole
those
community is full of
guys,
people that love this shit.
all those guys typically though, like they don't they don't have like wives and kids and stuff like that. I mean, some of them do, but like not, I don't know. I don't want to get into that, but like usually it's yeah, I would maybe do it like to help you out. Yeah,
Yeah,
or
I'm saying so. The majority, not the whole, but the majority of this community is full of people that think the same way. We all love this sport. I drive and travel 8 hours to go somewhere, and I don't get paid for it. I go and
right.
travel 6 hours to practice. To
Well,
practice.
I
I'm
think
just saying.
I think we're saying the same thing because
Yeah.
definitely not saying pay a pair of reps 3 grand at the, you know, the Call of the Mountain King event where first place winners are getting $100 or whatever, you know. And by the way, we can try and get that up if we get a few sponsors in. That's basically the base off of the budget we're working with right now. But yeah, if we can get sponsors, we'll get those payouts up. But yeah, like I'm saying like, yeah, once I really start worrying about like overall profit and like getting athletes paid really well, it would just be exponentially more, you know. I
Well,
wouldn't
even for
I
King of
wouldn't
the
be looking
Table,
at collecting money in the same format, you know.
you know that even for King of the Table, like Bill got his hotel paid for and his flight.
Yeah.
It wasn't until a few King of the Tables that he got cash. And that's at the highest level pay-per-view event. I'm just saying.
Right. But they
You
had to
know,
build,
it's
you know, that they
kind of across the board.
yeah, they had to come in with an element of risk at first. But
Yeah.
yeah, because even
No, I,
that
de- I
spot,
definitely
that
agree
hotel and
that if we're
travels
making
$2,000
if the
right
sport is
there.
making 100,000 event or something, yeah, refs are. Here's the thing: whatever the intake is, everybody involved will get an equal part of the outtake. That's my opinion. So yes, if events are happening and they're making huge money, refs are going to get paid fatter than they've ever been paid, and
Yeah,
the
everybody
payouts for the arm
scales up.
wrestlers are going to be
Yeah.
fatter than they've ever been paid. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it has to get there. It has to get to the point where we're making enough money with these events and these promotions to pay referees and arm wrestlers and all these people like that. You know, and until that happens, while we continue to do tournaments and have the same showings that have been for 40 years, the biggest showing that we have in arm wrestling has been the same for 40 years. There's no stadium, there's no 10,000 people coming, there's none of that. You know what I mean? So as we move away from this monotonous kind of
What do you mean,
tournament
like
thing
in
that's
the
always been,
like the tournament format of tournament?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. As we move away from that, there's going to be potential for huge
Yeah.
growth.
It'll
Huge growth.
Yeah, I mean, because now, yeah, like ever since King of the Table happened, and then East versus West followed, but King of the Table really kind of set the bar. Um, yeah, it completely changed the format and the way that this sport can generate an audience and money. Because yeah, like that it completely flipped the script where at best we could hope for a tournament that has 200 to 300 attendees. I mean, some of them get weird now, like at 400 or 500 or something like that, but still it's the athletes and they're all buying into the same thing. And then, creating this trickle out of trying to dispense everything. Um, and yeah, they flipped it on its head to be able to just run a handful of super matches and have like an astronomical amount of viewers. Um, and I don't just mean like you've got the live pay-per-view viewers, which is far more than, what they're getting in athletes at these tournaments, but the post production viewers. If you look at the viewership for the King of the Table from, the earlier years, and the earlier East versus the ones that have been out for like a year or two, it's insane. You show that to corporate sponsors and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, my shit'll reach people. They're like, you post my product on your production and it's gonna reach people. And that's the thing. I mean, I do believe with something original enough, like North versus South or something like that, it can grow into having an audience um that's big enough that large sponsors say, yeah, we'll get behind that. But that it would just be the more organic path, because the only other path is to go in with your own money and a lot of money and do a big enough production that it hits, year one. But
I'll do your production.
where
Hey, what's up, boys?
brother?
are you driving
I
around in
wonder
your
when you're going to
Alpha
stop. You're
Empire
just sitting
shirt?
there quiet the whole time.
Oh, I'm always representing, dude.
You wear that to work?
No, I wore it to Little Saigon. I took my mom out for dinner,
Huh.
and I just wear it around a bunch of Asian people because I want somebody to go, "Oh, hey, what's that?" And I fucking rip his arm off.
Oh man. Do you got any energy left to make it to practice tomorrow night?
You're fucking right, I do.
Oh, good man, good man.
Yeah, I'm good. I didn't get a chance to do a whole lot with our special guests, but um I did learn a little. I mean, man,
Yeah,
spending some.
Neil took you aside for a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. It's a lot. His concept was really interesting. And really it felt like what he was saying might work for me. Feels a lot like what Leroy does to me every time we practice pull.
Mm-hmm.
Just really kind of like knife handing, you know, kind of keeping my grip a little loose.
There's a hole in this thing? What the shit?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
There's a hole in this
Uh,
fucking bucket.
you just discover your butt, Mike?
I just discovered that doing an oil change sucks. sometimes.
He said, "There's a hole in this thing." Oh shit!
No, but yeah, just changing my setup and using a little more trickery. You know, like setting up as if I'm going to top roll,
Yes.
and then using that gap and that kind of like a loose grip to shoot in for this hook, like a really deep
Yeah.
hook.
If I feel like if you make it absolutely obvious on what you're going to do, you have a decent, level arm wrestler across the table from you, he's going to stop you in that lane if you
Yeah,
telegraph in the setup exactly where he's going. So absolutely, there is definitely, and it gets worse as you move up on the trickery and the setup.
Yeah, Neil's very very smart.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try it because I feel like some of the younger, newer pullers like Mark. You know Mark?
Mhm.
Dude, I had nothing for him on Monday.
Oh
Dude, I had nothing for him, dude. And normally, Mark and I are neck and neck strength wise, but I'm normally able to pull through him. But he figured out how to post, how to post and stop me high, and not allow me to really get that grip around the back of his hand, and not to really sink that hook. So yeah, I think it's time. I mean, I definitely want to try. My original goal was next year to try pulling open, but I can't pull open to this weight, dude. That's crazy talk. Because then I'd be pulling with, the Casey's and Leroy's and Derek's, and that just doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah.
Unless you get strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Like when Danny said what he said, like using more trickery at this point. My whole mindset was just like, nah, but what if I just got really strong and it just didn't fucking matter if you knew what I was gonna do? You know what I mean? It would be so nice to just be so fucking strong that I can tell you what I'm gonna do and you can't stop it.
Yes, it would. I need that problem. I
Mhm.
need
Yeah.
that.